you. Thank you for joining us today. We'll have our first live stream. Hopefully it goes well. And right now we'll start over with what we have in store for today, and then we'll start with the presentations. If you want, please use the chat. We have a chat on YouTube. You should. I'm monitoring it, so if you have any questions, any suggestions, just feel free to throw them there, and I'll be happy to answer. We have all our speakers online as well. They are also listening and watching that as well. So yeah, they'll be also happy to answer any of your questions. All right, let me just get started with my slides. All right, and boom. All right, so welcome to the AngularToronto Meetup. Today is April 7th. It's our 4th meetup. It's the first one that's 100% online. We still do have a code of conduct for event, even though it's an online event, but please still try to be polite to each other, be respectful of each other in the comment section, and we'll try to be our best to deliver great presentations for you. I'd like to start by thanking our sponsors. Narwhal has been great for supporting us. They've been with us since our meetup number 1, and were always fantastic, and they still support us even though we can't meet in person. So that's very awesome by Narwhal. Thank you. And do check out their Index platform. And also, I'm happy to announce that we had Everett's Microsystem join us this time for this event as well. I'm very excited, and because of their very generous contribution, we can do a lot of things today. For example, I bought some of the software to do this live streaming, or we got some other surprises that I'm going to talk about later. Also, thank you for Firebase and Google for continuous support. So what do we have today? We'll start with the ng-conf overview by Leonardo and myself. And then we'll have Minko, who would talk about the state of Angular deployment, SSR, and pre-rendering. This is his presentation from ng-conf. So if you missed it there, you're lucky, and we'll have it today. Thank you, Minko, for joining us. Then we have Natalia Silva talk about the power of your personal brand. This is a little bit less technical talk, but I think it's a very important one. Then getting back to the technical talks, Jason will tell us how to scale deployment across multiple projects with the Next. And then we'll have almost an hour-long workshop from Lara. She was scheduled to do this workshop during ng-conf, but since ng-conf turned into this single stream event, not everything got in there, and this gem wasn't included, so we think we're helping her to, still give this information to all of us. And then we'll conclude. I'll have a last talk of the components best practices. Fernando is always helping me organize this, so thank you, Fernando, as well. And we'll start with some of the announcements. First of all, yes, we have this channel. It's kind of low in subscribers, and since we're doing virtual presentations now, please subscribe to us so we can get some higher ranking, and our videos will be a little bit up there. Also, that unlocks some of the additional YouTube features that we are unable to do with the low subscribe numbers. So that's that. Since you're here, also I mentioned Everett's contribution allows us to do something. So what I did, actually, I ordered fantastic stickers for us, which I was really eager to share. And unfortunately, right, we're doing virtually. So as soon as we have an in-person event, be sure to meet me and ask me for a sticker. We experimented a bunch of them. Some even you see like a black hologram, which I found really cool. All right. The other thing in the announcements, ng-conf just happened. And yes, it wasn't in person, and yes, it wasn't in the beautiful venue in Salt Lake City, but it was a very great event, and we'll have Leo and myself do a little bit of recap of that. Another fantastic news is RxJS 7 was released in beta. So definitely playing around with it. I'll talk a little bit about it today, but it was a very nice release, so do check it out. And our last announcement is Laurent and myself are still collaborating, and this is what I sent through the mail lists. Laurent is running the Angular Academy workshops. It's one of the most popular Angular workshops in Canada, and now since we're all in pandemic, we're making it virtual. So do check it out. I asked Laurent to actually extend the early bird all the way almost until the end of the event, and you can use this discount code to get an additional discount for that. So this is what this is all our announcement. So let me get back to now to our first presenters. It would be Leonardo and myself. Here you go. And hey, Leo.
Hey, how's it going?
Good. How are you?
How are you? Very good. Hey, everyone. Welcome to AngularToronto, and let's go over the ng-conf hardwired recap.
Yes. Let's present.
Okay.
All right. You have a presentation
Okay.
up? Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Is it showing up?
Not yet.
Just a second.
There you go.
Okay, perfect.
Awesome. Okay, so let's start with the presentation. So ng-conf hardwired, again, as usual, ng-conf organizers pulled a fantastic event. It was 3 days of amazing talks, all in one stream, but unfortunately, yes, we couldn't all meet in person. 34 fantastic presentations from 35 great presenters. Hopefully we got everybody on the list here. If you missed it, if you couldn't see it live, they will be publishing those videos on YouTube. So definitely check them out once they become available. Okay, so Leo, do you want to start with what's new in Angular 9?
Absolutely. Let's jump right in. So as we talked, as is well aware, everyone is well aware, the Angular 9 brought the new compiler and the new runtime engine called Ivy. So we're going to go over some of the cool aspects of Ivy, as well as some of the enablements that Ivy brings to the table. So some of Ivy's goodies. The compiler offers a much better tree shaking ability at this point because of the refactor that was done in its code base, both in the compiler as well as in the runtime. Changes like removing methods from being attached to objects to becoming raw functions, which are way easier to be tree shaken by the Terser plugin. Also, we have way less generated code in your output bundles. And the result of that is you have roughly 30% reduction on the generated code per component. This was possible due to some adjustments on the threshold between how much code gets generated ahead of time for you versus how much code gets executed in runtime by the browser. They found a much better sweet spot, much better adjustment threshold that results in way smaller bundles. Also, we have faster builds, and not only due to the refactor that happened in the code base, but also
Cut off. Should be good now. Just a second.
is it okay now?
Yeah, just a second.
Sure.
Yeah, it should be good to go.
Ready to go. Okay, cool. So as I was saying, we have much smarter stack traces right now as a result of Ivy. And before, when you would have an error in your application and you would look into Chrome DevTools, for example, you would see this big red stack trace there, where the first half of it probably was only internal calls that Angular was making. And now, when you have the similar situation, you will find precisely where in your code the error is triggering, and that's going to be way up in the stack. So it's much easier for you to spot that issue and fix it accordingly. Another thing that is available that is going to make the experience much easier for these types of debugging scenarios where you need to trigger a change detection on a component to see if a change was applied, or to retrieve the component based on a DOM element and similar like on-spot debugging tools, is part of the ng object. So there's a global ng object now, and very similar to what we had in the AngularJS days, you can trigger change detection cycles. You can retrieve the component instances, the class instances based on DOM elements, and other several methods.
And how's the upgrade experience?
Another thing, yeah, so talking about the upgrade experience, before Angular 9, when you had to upgrade experience, you probably had to upgrade your ng CLI first. But now, as part of this latest version, when you try to upgrade your project, the first thing that happens behind the scenes is Angular upgrades the ng CLI silently, and the entire upgrade experience runs through the latest CLI. As a result of that, you can always get newer builders, newer changes without actually having to upgrade your own CLI first. So it is a much smoother upgrade experience right now. Some of those points that we're talking about were covered in Kara's presentation, and I strongly recommend that everyone, when those presentations, when the videos from ng-conf are available, to go and check them out, because of course we have basically 3 days of content to summarize in roughly 20 minutes of presentation. It's not going to cover all of them. The last point, as part of Ivy's changes, which we also had an amazing talk covering that particularly, that aspect entirely in ng-conf, was the deprecation of entry components. You would notice that when, for example, you're trying to create a modal, and in the past, you had to take the content of your model, for example, and you had to take that component, including the entry components. Otherwise, Angular would not be able to compile that code and make it available for you in runtime. Now that is not necessary anymore. And we're gonna see later in this talk some other place where we can go one step further in terms of loading that component that you want to put in the model in runtime.
If you missed the presentation from Yvonne, definitely check it out. It's very entertaining.
Yeah, absolutely. And she went into much deeper level of details than we can go at this point.
Anything
about moving to, oh yeah, that's precisely what I was going to check, what I was going to talk about. So now we also have the ability to turn on strict template verification. And the reason why you would want to do that is Microsoft University College London conducted a study where they show that 15% of the bugs in a JavaScript code base could have been prevented by type checking. And up until this point, Angular type checking for templates, even though it had a lot of checks enabled, it didn't cover several ones that would end up causing issues when you try to compile your time in production with the flag --prod. Whereas if you were running that code locally and trying to debug, run it as a dev environment, you would not see those issues. And the flag is a strict template, and you can turn that on inside tsconfig. Some of the things that this new strict template checking bring to the table is they now check the directive inputs, the event objects, local references to DOM elements, and template context types. For example, as ng-4. So it's a much richer tool set that can help you detect issues ahead of time instead of waiting for them to happen when you're trying to build as a prod or deploying your code. And for the next set of items that we're going to talk about, we're going to see how Ivy extends the architectural possibilities of applications in general. So
awesome.
Let's move on.
Yeah, so what is possible now with Ivy?
So with Ivy, to begin with, we're going to go over some main features, but of course we have way more than those, but let's start with lazy loading components. Up until this point, when you talk about lazy loading in Angular, we were always talking about lazy loading an entire module. And with the latest features that Ivy brings to the table, you can import a component directly and just load that component. And this is possible because now components are self-describing in Ivy, and they contain the complete metadata, such as the dependencies that component will require. So that based on that, you don't actually need to have the component as part of an ng module for that component to be lazily loaded. This also touches back on the point that I made in the beginning, where if you want, for example, to have your modal container, your modal content loaded dynamically, loaded in runtime actually, you could use this feature to load the component, and as soon as the component is done, your callback will be called. Of course, you could also use a sync prior to the import, and in that case, you don't need to pass a callback. So let's take a look on how this is done. You import the component, and when the loading is completed, your callback will be called. Then you get the class for the component, and you have to resolve the factory for that component. Once that factory is resolved, you can call create component based on that factory, and you receive the component instance back. I want to call the attention to this slide, particularly every single item that is underlined is actually injected in your constructor or of this piece of code that is dynamically creating the component. And after that point, when you have your component graph resolved and created, you can use the component, let's say, in your model. The next big item that Ivy allows us to do from the architectural perspective is higher order components. Those would be components that wrap other components, and they can be dynamically created in order to hydrate components, to add additional functionality. I want to make a small disclaimer that this functionality relies on private APIs, and even though there is the intention of those APIs becoming first-class ones, at this point, if you rely on them, you might be buying yourself a lot of headaches later if they decide to change this, because this is not supposed to be a public contract that they have to maintain when they change versions in Angular. So
yeah,
use with caution.
What is that theta and double theta?
Yeah, so another important distinction is every time you're importing an API that starts with theta, that API is probably going to be made available very soon. When you have an API that starts with double theta, that API is meant to be private. So in this case, what we're doing here is we're creating a class, kind of a private class inside the method itself. And we are hydrating the class by calling theta define component and passing the additional metadata that this function requires. And inside that metadata, you can make the use of the component that comes in the method parameter. And as a result of that, you're going to get a component that uses your parameter component class and wraps it in this new one. So for the next set of, we're gonna see how this plays out in the next set of features. In this one, we're gonna be talking about standalone components. And the reason why standalone components don't require ng module in order to be made available for the runtime. So looking back to the private APIs that we showed in the previous slide, when you call define component, you will get this hydrated class with all the metadata that you need. And if you need to, let's say, reference another component that you also hydrate, another standalone component already, you can just define that in the directive definitions, in the directive defs property of the data CMP property object. And you would rely on this type of thing because, as we're going to see right now, this allows you to bootstrap standalone components in a page. And how this ties closely with web components. So you have your direct component that is not bound to an ng module, and you prepared it, hydrated it, and then you can just call render component, passing the class of that dynamic component, and that is displayed on the page. You would want to do that if you want, for example, a scenario where you can compose multiple mini applications in a page, or you can enhance an existing application, or even bring, for example, an Angular component into a React application. Very similar to what you would do with web components. And for the next part, go ahead. Sorry.
Yes, and that ties right into the other things that was discussed that's related to the IDE. If you go to the next slide. Something like new reactive router that Brendan Roberts was talking about. It's still very experimental, but it's one of the first things that I see publicly that utilizes new IVE features. It uses this locality principle, and then it has the components for everything since we don't really need, well, we can avoid the ng modules in there. So on that configuration is in the ng router component and the ng route another component as well. The other cool thing that's coming out of this reactive router is like everything's a stream notion. For example, should you need URLs or query params, you basically subscribe to those streams and they're available as observables in that router. All right.
Okay, and I just have a question about this one. How would those components play out in the Zone.js scenario?
In the Zone.js scenario, so it might work, it might not work. So we're not really using the Zone.js here yet, but we do have a cool new Nginx features that we'll talk about just a little bit later. But for now, the next thing that we saw a global theme around the entire conference was the Angular server-side rendering, prerendering, or static generation. Something that kind of Angular fallen maybe a little bit behind, and now it's basically, I think it's really caught up. And it basically falls into the two groups. One is the Angular Universal, and I'm not gonna, it's next slide please, and I'm not gonna talk about it much because we have Minko who will have his presentation about this. But it is generated in a Node.js environment, so there's a little bit of tricks that you have to know and have to your Angular app Node.js friendly. And we have a second player that got a lot of traction recently, is a Scully. It's the next slide. And this one generates all the static content basically before you push it, the entire thing. So once it's generated, this is the one that you're using, and there are ways to control which routes you would generate or some of the plugins that are available. You can also, for example, turn off the generation for some parts of the pages or some parts of the components. But this one is not server-side rendered. It's basically pre-creating all the static things and uploading that directly. All right, but what about other cool router things, Leo, do you want us to tell about?
Sure. So even though we were talking about server-side rendering before, now we're going to be talking about the other side of the spectrum where preloading strategies take place. So Angular comes with two basic preloading strategies out of box. Those preload strategies can be defined when you invoke router module.forRoot, when you are essentially importing your router module. And by default, if you don't provide a preloading strategy, it's going to use the no preloading, which it's self-explanatory, and it's only going to lazily load. Yeah, it's only going to load your lazily loaded modules when you actually try to navigate to that particular route. So this is what you get when you don't define a preload strategy. The other preload strategy that comes for us with the framework is preload all modules. And when you define that, as soon as the route resolution completes, Angular will traverse the route tree and will lazily load all the lazily loaded modules in your routes. And this is interesting, but you have to be very mindful about the consequences of that. So if you're deploying an application that has as its main target audience mobile users, for example, you have to be mindful that this can deplete their data plans. So we are talking about the two extremes here, and that's why Angular provided a way for you to define a custom preloading strategy. And when you get to that point, essentially you can create an injectable class that implements preloading strategy, and that allows you to define the logic upon which you will decide if you want to trigger the preload of that particular route or no. So one of the examples that this can be very helpful, as I said earlier, you can check, for example, the navigator.connection property to make sure that your users are not on a 3G or 2G or even lower connection. And if they're not in that scenario, you can eagerly load more modules. Or you can even create, let's say, property in your routes in the data property of the route definition, and you can say preload true, for example, and at this point you can query if route.data.preload, you trigger the load of that particular route. So it gives you the ability to define your own logic for that preload strategy.
Yeah, that was really fantastic talk by John Papa about the preload strategy.
Yes, and again, way more details, and he even provided a couple of built-in preload strategies that you could essentially just take and bring into your application. But the whole idea was that having this hook into the flow, into the routing pipeline, you can come and create your own logic to define when you want to preload or not.
All right, to quickly wrap it up, there's two more interesting topics that were covered that are Angular related. First was the state of RxJS. So Ben did a very good overview of this. So I'll just go very, very briefly over some of the points that he made. So what he said that first of all, he announced the 7.0 beta was released that improves stability, provides better type checking, actually not better type checking, but better typing, adds a few new functionality, and does some deprecations and maintenance and cleaning up of the existing RxJS code. So one of the deprecations that he was talking about is to promise, something that a lot of people are still using. Basically, a method that converts observable to the promise. And a lot of people have a problem with this because not everybody understands how exactly it works. For example, a lot of people weren't aware that this is, it waits for the last value. It basically waits for the stream to complete before using the last value that it emitted. and that was causing some of the problems. So they are renaming, actually not renaming, they're creating a special function called last value from, and this would be a replacement for the toPromise method on the observable. And they would basically wait for the last value of that observable stream before it completes, and then provide that last value as a promise wrapper. There was also another one that does the first value, so it's a similar function as first value from. Yes, but one thing that Ben also I think highlighted a few times is use this only when you really need to convert to the APIs or something else that requires promises. Otherwise, stick with observables. And the other interesting deprecation was a subscribe call. Right now, it can take up to 3 callback functions. First is for error channel. Second is for first is for next channel. Second is for error channel, and for the complete. What they are deprecating that usage in favor of taking the observer itself, where you can specify next, error, or complete methods there. And what's interesting is that you don't really need to provide complete if you don't want to. So in the subscribe method, you can still provide a callback, and that will be for the next channel. But if you want to specify, error and complete, please use the observer. Apparently, there will be some help from either ESLint or TSLint to convert them. We'll see how that goes. And finally, to something that's new or added exciting is a reset on success is added to the retry operator. This is a very interesting one. For example, right now, if you set the count to retry for 3, and first time it fails, second time it succeeds, your count is stay at 1, so you only have 2 more failures to run through. Reset on success, if you have a successful response, it resets that operator back to 0. So this is, I think, something that a lot of people expected, but weren't realizing it was quite working that way. So I'm very happy to see this addition. And finally, the other state of was state of NGRX. Mike Ryan presented this topic very nicely, as he always does. And he talked about a few things there. First of all, some history of NGRX, how we had the IndexedDB as part of NGRX, or how we had the NGRX router at that time. And it was really, the library was meant to be reactive extensions for Angular from the get-go. However, IndexedDB wasn't used quite much and was deprecated, and router was sort of adapted into the Angular router that we all use and love today. So NGRX became very popular for it as a state management library. So the team is bringing back some of the reactive Angular extensions notion back into the library. For example, with the fantastic community contribution from Michael Hladky, we're getting the first signs of it. For example, with the NGRX let directive and NGRX push pipe that we have right now. And NGRX let directive works in places where, for example, ng-if is used right now to unwrap the observable. However, it would also work with the falsy values. So ng-if won't work with falsy values. So if you pass empty string or or 0, you'll run into troubles. NGRX let solves that problem. And NGRX push pipe is basically a drop-in replacement for the async pipe right now. And both of those things, have nothing to do with NGRX state management itself. They are really to work with reactive Angular. And they are actually designed for you to be able to get rid of Zone.js and use Angular without any zones. So right now, async pipe won't really work without zones, but NGRX push pipe would. So these are the first steps to make us all, have Angular applications without zones if we choose to. So those are some of the summaries. We definitely just scratched the surface. There are 35 fantastic people talking on the ng-conf, and obviously there's no way on earth we can cover all of that in like half an hour that we tried to do. So definitely watch all the talks when they come out from ng-conf, and on that, we'd like to thank you. Thank you so much for.
Thank you so much.
All right. So from that, we switch to, let's see if we have any questions. Okay. Where will the talks be published, or where will they be published? Hopefully on YouTube. We're waiting to see from there. All right. I don't see any other questions. Okay. With that, we can get back to Minko. Minko, you're muted. Can you unmute yourself? I muted as well.
Sure. I have to unmute myself from two places.
Oh, yes. Sorry. Yes.
Let me share my screen.
Yes, that would be fantastic. There you go.
So yeah, you see my screen, right?
I can see your screen. Just give me a second. I'll put it for the audience as well. There you go. So thank you, Minko.
Yeah, thanks for having me. So yes, my name is Minko Gechev. I'm an engineer in the Angular team at Google. Today, I'm really excited to share with you the state of the Angular's deployment, server-side rendering, and pre-rendering. So in this presentation, I'm going to share a couple of updates, and I'm going to mix them with the evolution of the web, and also my personal story on how I got introduced to web development, which makes the presentation kind of personal and even more exciting for me to share. For the purpose, we're first going to go to 1991, which is the time when the first website ever was published to the World Wide Web. And it looked something like this. You can still access this online, actually. And in general, the web was very fascinating infrastructure, distributed architecture, which was fault tolerance, and we were able to access different scientific, mostly, articles online just by navigating across different hyperlinks. So back then, we had web servers, which were serving static documents, just markup that the browser knew how to render. The browser was receiving this markup directly from the web server, and it was rendering the static content, which had different, it had structure and also links to some other documents, which might be on the same or different servers. Because this was fulfilling some of the use cases for development of content-rich systems, but at the same time, it wasn't fulfilling completely the needs for development of business-rich applications. Different developers came up with the idea for the common gateway interface, which was just an API that allowed the web server to pass the user request to an external program. Right after that, this external program, depending on the user request, was able to fetch content from somewhere, for example, from a database or from the file system, and also automatically generate the content of the page that the web server was later delivering to the user's browser. So this allows us to perform pretty much server-side rendering. The browser was sending a request to the web server. The web server was delegating the execution to an external program, which could have been written in any language, like anything from Bash to C++ or Perl back then. And this external program was rendering some content, returning it back to the web server, and this content was delivered to the web browser. So at this point here, the user is getting a rendered page. This is what the LCP marker here stands for. This is the largest contentful paint. The largest contentful paint is a user-centric metric that was introduced pretty recently, actually, from the Chrome team, which indicates when the page is useful for the user. This doesn't necessarily mean that the page is interactive in the sense of a single-page application. We don't have to have any scripts there, but we have some content that the user can already engage with. And this architecture with CGI was serving a lot of, like, hundreds of thousands of users for quite some time. Later on, though, about 2004, 2005, people were unsatisfied with this architecture because still it was not completely able to satisfy the emerging new needs of the business. We weren't able to build desktop-like experiences with immediate feedback to user actions. We weren't able to build such interactive web applications, which were even not able to approximate the user experience delivered by desktop-like apps. That is why, with the evolution of different APIs such as XML HTTP requests, iframe, and a few others, the community was able to come up with a collection of different techniques for sending data asynchronously to the backend without requiring page reload. This way, we were able to incrementally just update a tiny subset of the page without asking the user to refresh their page on each interaction with the web application. So with Ajax, the interaction of the user with the app looked pretty much like this. We were still sending a request from our browser to a web server, which was delegating its execution, which was delegating the rendering of the page to an external program through different interface. It could be CGI, it could be some integration between Apache and PHP. We were getting the largest contentful paint at this point, so we were making the page useful for the user. And later on, we were downloading a bunch of JavaScript files that were enhancing the behavior of this page just by adding event listeners to individual DOM elements. So by making the page interactive, we were able to handle some user actions, and this way only updates part of the page by fetching some data from the network asynchronously by using Ajax. Back then so this happened around 2006, I would say, 2007, and that was the time when I got introduced to web development. This is the authentic cover of the first book that I read about web development, called Development of Web Projects with PHP and MySQL. So you can see that this is not English. I'm originally from Bulgaria, and there were a lot of very interesting translations for different computer science terms that I had to unlearn later on. Anyway, I read this book and I built a CMS system by using PHP, MySQL, and a lot of spaghetti JavaScript. Like, I was just pretty much taking a bunch of scripts and putting them on my page. And when I had to reuse them, instead of importing them or doing something properly, I was just copying them and pasting them on another place. So it wasn't really too well-developed platform, let's say. But still, that was my pretty much initial attempt. By using this platform, which had an Ajax gallery, an Ajax poll, and a few other features, I developed a couple of websites, and one of them I presented in front of a audience consisting of these two people here. That was a competition for web technologies in Bulgaria. Back then, I was really passionate about astronomy as well. So that's why I built this website for astronomical observations for meteor showers. Anyway, that was 2008. And 2008 and 2009, while I was still not using even jQuery, the web community was moving forward pretty fast. Mishko and the rest of the team, they released AngularJS, and also Backbone appeared a couple of months before that. So Backbone and Angular, they allowed web developers to build more interactive experiences, but this time in a more structured manner. These weren't just random scripts, which were pretty much scattered around your web page. They were more advanced frameworks that allow you to put some structure on top of your source code. They were following mostly the MV star paradigm, which is model, view, and something else, which could be controller or view model, or depends on your preferred pattern to use to develop your application. So with these single-page applications, the rendering model for the web changed quite a lot. Remember we had server-side rendering introduced by CGI. Well, here, by default, we don't. We're just serving a static HTML page which references different scripts and also has potentially some loading indicator. Later on, these scripts, they were downloaded from the web, like from a web server somewhere. The browser executing them and rendering some content and making the page interactive. So at this point, the page was completely interactive. The user is able to immediately, just like with a desktop application, achieve some task or achieve some action that they were aiming to do that in a matter of milliseconds. But notice how in the meantime, they're not getting anything useful. First, they're just getting a blank page, and right after that, the loading indicator. So see how much we delayed the largest contentful paint compared to CGI, for example, compared to any other paradigm that is using server-side rendering. That was quite unfortunate. And the only thing that web developers are able to do in order to speed up this loading experience and provide better load time for their clients is to reduce the number of bytes of JavaScript that they're serving to them. And we as framework authors on the Angular team, we're putting really a lot of effort in order to shrink the bundle of Angular. We invested a lot in generating the minimum amount of instructions that are required to generate efficient source code from your templates. We put a lot of effort in order to make sure the framework is tree shakeable and even that it compresses well. But at the same time, we just need to ship some JavaScript to the user, right? Eventually, even around version 4, we had the joke that by version 5.4, we're going to make Angular so optimal and our bundles is going to get so small that just by adding Angular to your application, we're going to make your bundle size negative, whatever that means. But again, we're still building our applications for our users, and our users are demanding some functionality in general. So in order to provide them with some features, we still need to deliver some scripts. And at certain points, our bundles just can't get any smaller. I put this very, very insightful quote here by myself. So in 2011 or 2012, that was when the huge boom of Node.js started. Different people were experimenting with running JavaScript on the server. And some of them decided to pretend that their server is a browser by performing client-side rendering in Node.js environment in the server. This was not doable with all the frameworks out there, but some of them allowed you to pass a mock implementation of the DOM, some implementation of the DOM that is not necessarily coupled to the browser. The client-side framework was able to use this implementation in order to render one large string, which represents the markup of your page, and later on, your server was delivering this directly to the browser. So here is how this delivery of the web page pretty much looks like. If you look at it, it's very similar to enhanced like server-side rendering model with CGI, something that we had in 1998, I believe. So what we have here is just sending requests to our Node.js server. Our Node.js server is rendering our page in this server-side environment. And right after that, we were delivering this content to the client with references to different scripts. The client was downloading the scripts, which were making the web page interactive. There were different attempts to perform client-side rendering on the server with different frameworks, and this happened in 2012, 2013. In 2014, I gave my very first international talk on ng-Vegas. So I had a flight from Sofia to Las Vegas, which took over 20 hours. I don't know why it was that long, but I was really excited about presenting my research on using AngularJS with immutable data structures and what implications this could have on the performance of your app. I was extremely nervous also. So after my talk, I locked myself in my room in the hotel, and I didn't get out until the late afternoon, I believe. But at this event, I was able to meet a lot of very interesting people. A lot of folks from the Angular team as well, together with Patrick, also a community member who 2 months after ng-Vegas presented the first server-side rendering solution for Angular called Angular Universal. This happened on Angular U in San Francisco, and everyone was really excited because server-side rendering was like the most exciting things happening in the front-end world back then. And Angular had its own solution for this, thanks to these two community members. Since 2014, Angular Universal grew a lot, and now it is maintained in collaboration between the Angular team and the Angular community. And now, being part of the Angular team, I'm talking to a lot of developers on their experience with Angular Universal. Some of the challenges that I most frequently hear about are the change refresh time and deployment. By change refresh here, I mean the time required for you to change a file in your application and verify that your application still works both on the client and on the server. So with the current state, I mean version 8 and before of Angular, you had to build both your client, your server, and right after that run your development Angular Universal server, which was not ideal user experience, which was not ideal development experience at all, because your round trip time was a couple of minutes, even for small applications. So with Angular version 9, we introduced a serve SSR Angular CLI builder. It is something quite similar to ng-serve, but with the difference that it is going to rebuild both your client and your server when it detects a change in any of your source files. And right after that, once the build process completes, it is going to refresh your browser. So if you have an Angular Universal application, this is not a complete replacement of ng-serve because it is not going to perform as fast as ng-serve, right? Because it is building both your clients and your server, so it's going to take longer. But at the same time, it is really neat tool if you have to build a universal application and have slightly more rapid development cycle. So to take advantage of this extension of Angular Universal and the Angular CLI, everything you need to do is just run ng-update, ng-universal, express engine, if you already have an Angular Universal application. Alternatively, you just replace this update with @ and this is going to introduce the Angular Universal experience to your Angular CLI project. Now this ng-serve, like serve SSR builder, is another example of the collaboration between the Angular community and the Angular team. It was developed together between Alan from the Angular CLI team and Manfred, who has been one of our very committed collaborators for a while now. So the next thing I want to talk about is deployment. Because the deployment of server-side applications with enabled server-side rendering could be a little bit tricky, because our single-page application is now no longer just a bunch of static files that we can just serve from any static web server, from any CDN. Now, our single-page application also has some server-side, and often performing server-side rendering, like there are different ways to do that, and it could be confusing what is the best way to do it if you want to just get started with any framework and SSR. So in collaboration with the Angular, between the Angular team and Firebase, we developed the ng-deploy builder for the Angular CLI, which allows server-side deployment by using Firebase functions. Let me show you how just with 2 commands, we'll be able to send our Angular Universal application from our local environment to a Firebase function somewhere in the cloud. So here we can just type ng-add angular/fire. This is going to download the Angular Fire package, and it is going to trigger its ng-add schematics. Here, the ng-add schematics are going to detect that we run this command inside of an Angular Universal project, and they're going to suggest us to deploy this project as a Firebase function. So we can just agree with this question. And once we agree with this question, the Angular Fire schematics are going to install a couple of packages that are requested by this. Now here we're going to select a Firebase project, and right after I'll just type ng-deploy. Once we type ng-deploy, we're going to start a build process of both our client and our Angular Universal server. Right after that, we're going to start deployment of our static assets to Firebase hosting, and we're going to deploy our Angular Universal server as a Firebase function. So now we can click on the URL that we got, and we're going to see our application live. And it is also server-side rendered. Here we can see all the inline styles and markup. So here we pretty much achieved this kind of high-level architecture. We're still sending a request to a Firebase function, which is performing some server-side rendering, pretty much running our application on the server. It returns some rendered content to the client. So we have our large contentful paint. And right after that, we're downloading a bunch of static scripts from Firebase hosting. Often though, a lot of the pages that we want to server-side render, they pretty much have the same content. Their content doesn't change very dynamically. So in this case, in order to make sure that we're not pre-rendering server-side rendering the same page all over again constantly, we're adding a caching layer. In this case, we're sending a request, which is handled by this caching layer first. We're checking whether there is an associated response with a server-side rendered page inside of the cache. If there is, we're directly returning this response. Alternatively, we're going to the server, in this case, the Firebase function, rendering the page, potentially caching it, and right after that, returning it to the client. And this definitely works. And a lot of people are using this kind of architecture. But at the same time, we're adding some unnecessary complexity, and we're performing some server-side rendering, which might not be required at all, because we know what is going to be the content of this static page that we're pre-rendering. We know this even at build time. So instead of running Angular Universal and performing server-side rendering, we can perform this server-side rendering at build time and just deploy a static HTML page to our CDN instead of running Universal on the server and paying higher bill for our hosting and also making our users wait for longer. So with pre-rendering, again, we're just running Angular Universal during our build process. We're generating static pages from our single-page application. In order to take advantage of the latest Angular Universal pre-render that we introduced as part of version 9, we can just run ng-add Angular Universal /express engine, and right after that run ng-run, the name of your project pre-render. This is going to trigger first build process. We're going to build both your Angular client, your Angular server. We're going to run Angular Universal for each one of your pages which don't have a parameter for like routing parameter. And right after that, we're going to render. We're going to do this pre-rendering for each one of these static pages that we have. So we made sure that our pre-rendering is pretty fast. In general, we're pre-rendering each one of your static routes. We're pre-rendering it in a separate process. So this way, we achieved about 400 pages per second rendering, and some folks from community tried it with even larger applications. For example, Steve pre-rendered 10,000 pages for 75 seconds, and from these 75 seconds, I'll say that about a minute was spent in build time. So the total rendering for these 10,000 pages is probably around 15 seconds or so. With all these pre-rendering capabilities in the Angular CLI right now, which are built into our Angular Universal package, we have much better support for the Jamstack. I don't know if you're familiar with this Jamstack thing. It's a way to build web experiences with just having static files, just using JavaScript APIs from different services and markup without thinking about backend, without thinking too much about deployment. Just taking these static assets and putting them on any CDN. This way you can deploy by using ng-deploy or even Git. It doesn't really matter. Together with this effort, though, there is also a very active development of a static site generator by community, by hero devs. They're building Scully, as Alex mentioned earlier, and Scully is a static site generator that has a lot of plugins which allow you to extract content from different sources. For example, you can use it with you can build a plugin for Wikipedia even, but I believe they already have built-in plugins for WordPress and many other such content providers. In contrast to Angular Universal, Scully is using different pre-rendering mechanism. It doesn't use Universal in order to pre-render your application and run Universal as part of your build process. Instead, once Scully builds your application, it starts a development server and it traverses all the different pages inside of your app with a headless browser. For example, with Puppeteer. That's what I believe they're using right now. This provides much more complete solution for pre-rendering your pages because you can use any DOM APIs right there inside of your components, and that's totally fine as soon as they're available in Puppeteer or in Chrome. Compared to Angular Universal, which uses Domino, that is a more lightweight implementation of the DOM that allows you to pre-render your pages with higher speed by using Universal. So I don't know if you noticed how many times I mentioned community in my talk and collaboration. These are like exactly this collaboration across the community. That's one of the main reasons that I'm pursuing a career in the open source right now, in the open source world, because we can constantly exchange different ideas. We can work together in order to build really cool stuff that are being used by a lot of different people and large companies. Yeah, I'm really happy to be part of this community, and thank you very much for listening to me today.
Yeah, thank you so much, Minko. Back to
Alex, I think you're muted.
Yeah, I'm good. I'm muted for the presenters. Let me unmute. Yes, I was muted for the presenters. Okay, so next up we have Natalia. Natalia, can you get your presentation ready? And in the meantime, so there were some questions, Minko, if you're still unmuted. Let me see.
Yep, I'm here.
Yes, so somebody asked a question. Actually, Jeff already was on it and answered it. But basically, the question is, do people, is it possible to do SSR with Java using Angular Universal? Maybe via Rhino or something like that, or is it?
Yeah, it should be possible as soon as you can run a JavaScript engine. Yeah, I don't know if there is specifically a solution that already supports this, but it's possible. I know there is a solution for .NET, and a lot of our customers are using SSR with .NET.
Okay, sounds good. All right, so let me just help Natalia in a second, and we'll be back in just 1 second. All right, so we're back. Natalia's ready. We're ready to continue our presentations. So please welcome Natalia and the power of your personal brand presentation. Go ahead, Natalia.
So, hi everyone. Today I'm gonna talk about the power of your personal brand. And let me get started. And my name is Natalia Silva, and I'm currently the Tech and Ops Campus Ambassador for RBC. And as well, I'm the Google's WomenTechmakers Ambassador in Toronto. And today I'm going to be talking about the power of a personal brand. And I decided to start this presentation with two quotes. And the first quote is from Forbes, and it states that 80% of the jobs are not on job boards. And the second quote says that out of Glassdoor users who interviewed at Apple, only 55% of them applied online. So if we would think about these two quotes, it's possible to think, how is this possible? How people are not applying and getting jobs, or not applying and getting promoted? And this is thanks to referrals and much about networking and much about LinkedIn. So that's why I decided today to talk about personal brand. And I want to start really defining what personal brand is. So personal brand, it is the process of developing a strategy and action to guide your presence or reputation. So it's much more of how you show yourself to the world around yourself. And if you go a little further and you think more of personal brand, we can think that it's much more about marketing. Many people don't like the word marketing to be associated with your brand identity because it sounds like it's a outside persona, it's fake. Well, it's not that. Personal brand, it is a practice of marketing, but it only simply get people and make them look like a brand, like a product. And I feel more in technology, people are a little weird about personal brands. They really think that it's fake, that what you see is not what you get. But whether you like or not, right now in this digital age, much more for all these lockdowns, your brand is out there, it's online, it's on your LinkedIn, your YouTube, everywhere. And it's always good to think about the positive about branding, that you don't need to talk about yourself and don't need to be always talk about your values. Your brand is working for you 24 hours per day. And if you will think about why do I need to care about my personal brand? Why should I invest on really branding myself? You can say that because it all matters. It really does. If you think about personal brand, it really means create more awareness about yourself, about what you think, what you do. And it's also about building trust, not only digitally, but also where you work, at your school, at college. And it's about creating reputation. People know who you are and what you do. Raise perception about yourself, and also about make a first impression before you go to a meeting, before you shake someone's hand. So I made some relationships about things that we are most familiar with. So if you think about creating awareness, I would mention GitHub, how you can really do a small app bomb and really just share on GitHub. And about build trust, I feel like Medium is a very good platform about building trust. You can go there and set up a whole tutorial, and it's good to see people using more this platform, and it's very good to build trust. About reputation, I really like to mention LinkedIn, how LinkedIn can show how many people reach you, what you like, what you don't like. And about perception, I feel Twitter it's the best platform about people perceiving yourself because it's less formal, so you can be, I guess, more yourself. And about first impression, again, I would like to mention LinkedIn. I'm sure that most of you today went to LinkedIn and saw all the speakers. So even before I said anything here today, most of you already know who I was and what I was going to talk about. And if you think about why, and then now you are inclined to build your personal brand, I just want to show some benefits of having a strong personal brand. Personal brand, if it is strong, it can help you in your career advancement. For people who are looking for a job, it's very beneficial, and because goes to how to make you stand out from the crowd. Most of the tech jobs there, I guess the most wanted tech jobs in the market is not only 10 people applying, sometimes it's thousands of people applying, and your personal brand can really help you to stand out. And finally, about really showing yourself and your values, I feel that having a personal brand very, very strong, it's easy to share what are your values and what you believe to the world without keeping on repeating them. Now that we know why and we know the benefits of having a personal brand, I want to just go a little bit more further in details about the 4 pillars of branding. And it seems very simple, but at the same time, if you really think about it, it's a little complicated. But the 4 main pillars about who you are, what about you, and what about the world. So when you think about the first pillar, who are you? It's pretty much about how you identify yourself. If you think about agile methodologies, for example, it's pretty much the persona. Who do you want people to see yourself like? So when you're building an app, you usually think about the persona. You think about who your client is, who are the users of your app. So when you think about personal brand, you need to feel and understand who you are. It just goes in the same category. And about what are you is much more about the meaning and what is your role, how you see yourself. So meaning I'm a software engineer who loves Angular, or I'm a security analyst who loves ethical hacking. So it's pretty much about what you are and what your role is. Sorry. And then the third pillar is what about you? Is about what is the brand response, like how people respond to you. And this is more like, do people see my values? Am I passing the image that I love hacking, or I'm a white hat hacker? It's pretty more about your role. I guess like your role with the environment. And the last pillar is about what about the world, is about your relationship with the world. And you can also think about the very cliche interview question there. How do you see yourself in 5 years? So this is what about you and the world? I want to make an app that's going to have 1 million users, or I want to have an app that was developed only by me. So it's pretty much your vision, your statement. And once you figure out these 4 pillars, you have an incredible ally on your side. It looks like you should know who you are and what you are, but it's not really that simple if you think about it. But if you do understand all these, you have a strong ally on your side. So for more, I know it's a little bit, I guess, confusing. So I did another slide just really showing more visually what I'm saying. So you have your persona, your promise, your story, your vision. And this all together is your brand. So when you think about your persona, is you and how unique you are, your values, what motivates you to get out of the bed every day is really who you are. And then your promise is more about your skills. So then you get the technical skills, your academic background with your uniqueness. And it's really what you are. And then your story is pretty much everything you went through, plus your persona and your promise. It's kind of your elevator pitch. And finally, your vision, it is you and the world and who you want to be in 5 years, pretty much your mission statement. And right now, you know what the pillars are, you know what personal brand is and the benefits. It's good to know where you are right now in your personal brand. And I know it sounds silly, but the way to do that is really Google you and know who Google thinks you are, what Google says about yourself. And if you want to go a little further, ask YouTube who you are, ask LinkedIn, ask Twitter. Once a friend of mine told me that he knew I liked a band, and I had no idea how he knew it. He told me that YouTube showed him, and that was so weird. It was something that I didn't know about myself, that people could know that. And this is also about who you're showing yourself, how you're showing yourself to the world, right? And I put number 5 as friends and colleagues. I know this makes most people uncomfortable, but it is always good to ask and know what friends and your colleagues think about yourself. And it's good to know which image you pass into them as well. So on this note, if you can possibly ask yourself, ask others as well, if you have a good understanding of what you are, it's good, but you need just to be sure you know who you are. I know, again, some people don't know who they are in the moment and they're going for a rebrand per se, but it's okay. It's okay. But for personal brand, it's very important that you know who you are, have a clear understanding of what you do. And it's good as well that you know what people think about you already. That's why you do the search to know how your brand is out there. And it's good to know also if what are the words that people can associate with your name. And let's get this started. If you get this checklist of do you know yourself, do you understand who you are, your values, you understand your purpose, why you're putting content together, why you have a GitHub account. If you can put in words your concepts, your key values, you're good to go. And the first step to have a stronger personal brand, it is really just start creating stuff. And how do you do that? Just simply create a unique and relevant content and try to share if social media is. It's important also to try to share if you want more than one social media. It's good to have different publics, I guess. And this is all in the digital environment. If you can put this also in your workplace, it would be good to just try to create different things that work and really try to share this with others. And as well, another way to show that you're creating content at work is to ask questions at meeting. Always just try to ask about feedback about your work, or really just ask what were the ways that they got the work done. This is a way to create a contribution to your workplace. And also, just do it. I guess many people get afraid, they say I don't want to create a GitHub account. I'm gonna seem not very professional, or even I'm not gonna have many things there. And it just shows like you're not very sure about should I do or not, but really just do it. Just put content and really get in the community. The other talk was so much about community and how Angular was in the community. And It's the same thing here, just really communicate, create, do not overthink. And the more you do, the better it gets. And the second step would be really to connect. So connect with everyone relevant in your space. Really connect, talk, ask questions. In the digital medias, connect, follow. And another way to connect with people is just comment on other people's content. Some people think that create and connect is really much I get to do something new, but no, you can just comment or reshare someone's content. That's another way to engage, another way to connect. And as well, if you think about social media, there is always a way to mention people. This is a good way to connect as well support others. And it's just great. In the tech community, it's very good to always be supporting others. So that's another way to connect. And if you think more about a physical workplace, we can try to just network more and not only network with your team, network with everybody. I see most people think that connect with others, it should be more you and your boss, you and your manager, but no, it's really a community. You should always try to connect to everyone because everyone is important in tech. It's not just the director, everybody is going in a whole community. And the third step is diversify. And when I say this, it's pretty much try to do the same thing but in different ways. So if you can try to pick at least 2 social medias and then you share your content. And some people can think, but you're sharing the same content in Twitter that you share it in LinkedIn. But it's not really the same. LinkedIn has a different public, has a different format. And if you think about Twitter, it's pretty straightforward. It's a short post, you cannot write much. So try to do different social medias, try to do diversity when you're sharing your content. Short and long posts, sometimes sharing an image, you don't need to do all the time. And you don't need to think much about it. It's just really trying to do at 2 different social medias. I have an example here. It is the same post, but in the first one, he had a photo of the TED Talk, and the second one was very straightforward. Great TED Talk, check it out. It has a link, and that's it. And then step number 4 is about consistency. And it's so simple, but I guess people get lost in the way. So just be consistent, find your style. If you don't feel comfortable posting photos of yourself or posting photos of the event you went to, just write about it or maybe share a video and just think about how you want to explain something to other person, but you just don't need to think much about it. Just really say what you want to say and just share it with other people. And as well about consistency, I see about really like it's simple, but not many people do that. But for example, if you follow someone on Twitter and then you go on LinkedIn and you see the same photo, so you know that it's the same person. So it's good to have consistency. And as well, if you have a headline, it's always good to keep it on the same headline or something similar. Just to really make your brand more stronger and really make people understand what you do. And relevant. When I say that you should always try to create content and really ask questions, you don't need to just ask anything. You don't need to finish a meeting and just ask how is your day and stuff like that. When you ask questions, try to be relevant. When you're trying to create something to share on LinkedIn, try to be relevant, try to share knowledge with people. And it's good to see that you're not wasting people's time, you're just really sharing something relevant for them. And about that too, it's really good to, when you join groups, for example, the Angular group, today you can share with other people that you went to the Angular meetup today, and this is gonna be relevant. It's gonna show people that you like Angular, you went to the online meetup, and it is relevant. As well, I just want to make sure that when I say relevant, I don't say that you need to say something unique or something breathtaking. You're not giving a TED talk. You don't need to say so much. You just need to be relevant. And the last step is actually doing. When we're ready to do it, we're ready to make our personal brand stronger, and just outlining what you want to do, outlining what you want your content to be. Think about it. Think about being relevant and consistent, and just do it. And always try to support others. For example, if you want to share today's YouTube video, try to tag Angular, tag Angular Meetup Toronto. It's always good to keep on supporting others. And most importantly, try to have a draft, really write, read, think, read again, and then do it. Even when you are in the meeting and you want to ask a question, it's okay to write down your question. It just shows that you really want to do it. And it's good also to visualize and understand what you're asking, why you're asking. And about that, I have this guy here that was actually my mentor showed me. And you see that he's athlete. He probably spent many months to train. He went to the gym. He did the diet. He did everything correct. But maybe he didn't sleep the night, or he didn't drink enough water. So he did everything right. In the end, he played against himself. He was his own enemy. So that's something that you need to think about it, about your personal brand, that it can count against you as well. So as my conclusion, my final thought is that you always have a story to tell. So tell a story. You can share with your coworkers, you can share on LinkedIn, and the audience is always in your side. And they know that you judge, they there to learn and hear what you say. If you are inside a meeting, it means that people want to know what you think. People want you to be part of the community. And it's the same for LinkedIn. It's a group of colleagues or friends. So people want to know what you think. And about creating new content, just remember no one's perfect, and just do it and make it perfect. And lastly, I just want to say that it's actually something very important about personal brand. That to the ones that don't believe about personal brand, it is good to understand that whether you like or not, personal brand is there. And if you don't do your personal brand, other people will. It's good to people know who you are, what you believe. It's just something to benefit you. And your personal brand can always get you where you want to be. It can help you reach your goals. So that's all I wanted to say today. Thank you. And whoever, I don't know if we still have time for questions, but whoever wants to reach out to me, this is my contact, and I'm glad to chat. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much, Natalie. Yeah, so at AngularToronto, we try to do different kind of presentations. We try to do, oh, here you go. Try to have local speakers as well, like Natalia, like actually Jason, who we'll have next as well. And we're super excited about, bringing the Toronto community around Angular. And I'm kind of very excited that we now have it. Let's see if we're back.
Looks like it's back for me.
Yes, okay. Are we back? Let's see. Yes, looks like we're back. All right. So since we're back, let's get to Jason's presentation. He's going to talk about scaling development across multiple teams with an X. Take it away, Jason.
All right. Hi, everyone. Thanks for joining us virtually. Really happy that this is happening virtually. And when the pandemic's all over, I'll be looking forward to seeing everyone in person. So my talk today is about scaling development across multiple teams with NX. And this is something that a lot of companies find difficult as they start growing. And I want to speak about how NX can help with this. So today I'm going to just introduce myself and a couple of other things. Then I want to talk about monorepos. And then we'll dive more into NX, and I'll show you a live demo at the end. So about myself, my name is Jason. You can find me on Twitter at Frozen Pandas, and I'm an architect at Normal, and I'm also on the NX core team, which means I work on it for my full-time job. Narwhal is a company that consults for Fortune 500 companies. We also sponsor this meetup. A lot of us are experts in monorepo development, and we also develop dev tools to accelerate development. So Narwhal does a lot of work to empower enterprise development. So that's where NX was born out of. So I want to talk a little bit about monorepos first. I want to first talk about what a monorepo is not, because there's a lot of misconceptions out there about what a monorepo is. Then I'll dive into what a monorepo is and why one would want to use a monorepo. So the one thing that I hear a lot about monorepos is that it's a monolithic application, and that is not true. I think there's a lot of stigma about a monolithic application and how it scales from the history of web development that Minka was talking about. But a monorepo is not a monolithic application. It's not necessarily built all at once. It's not one big application. It could be comprised of many small applications. And it's not deployed all at once either. You can deploy parts of it and leave other parts untouched. So with that being out of the way, what a monorepo actually is it's a single repository containing multiple projects. So that's all it is. It's a single repository, but it has many different projects that may or may not have to do with each other. So I think of it like a warehouse for code. And the correlation that I draw is that for packages in a warehouse, they're packed separately by different people. They're stored together on the shelves, but they ship separately out to whoever needs them or whatever supplier wants to ship their stuff. And so projects work kind of the same way. They're developed independently by different people, different teams, but they're stored together in one repository. And just like packages are shipped separately, these applications and projects can also be deployed independently from one another. So I just want to highlight who uses monorepos, right? And all of these major, large tech companies use monorepos. And I don't think it's a coincidence that all of them have gravitated towards this style of development. For sure, there's a lot of other companies that don't use monorepos, and that can be successful as well. But I think it's quite significant that a lot of these large brands have gravitated towards this approach. So let's take a look at why that's happened, right? And I want to go through this one kind of story of how a brand could start, right? If I wanted to start an e-commerce site that's maybe something like Amazon, and I don't want to use Shopify or something that's off the shelf, let's take a look at how one might build this kind of thing, right? So how does this usually start, right? If we dive into this application, we might split it out into different parts. We're really good with our code organization. We know that functionality can be separated into different directories, and we can easily manage this within one repo at the beginning. We have one set of tools. We have GitHub, we have NPM, and we have Jenkins, and there's really no problem with working in this repo. When I work on a library, I push it up, and a lot of tests run on everything, right? I'm sure that everything might work with this commit, but I might learn that this application doesn't learn or doesn't work with this commit. So I can go ahead and work on that application in the same repository. And this, in the very beginning, is very easy to do. And many companies are able to do this at the very beginning. But after a while, there's going to be a need to share code between other applications. The company is going to grow and start to develop other applications, maybe like a storefront or a backend API that wants to share a lot of the same functionality from the original application. And with this single repository, it's very hard to split out these applications and also depend on the parts of the repository that are a part of this application. So I want to talk about sharing code because that is something that companies want to do a lot. And in order to be productive, I think this is a way to kind of only write code once and not do work multiple times redundantly. And so I'm going to talk about the complicated way of doing things. And this is the way that I used to do things. And I think it's complicated now. So the first thing that companies do is that they learn, oh, we need to share our code. So I think it's a good idea to kind of take after the model of GitHub and the open source world and split everything into separate repos. That way you're able to share code by pointing between different repos. And while this seems simple at first, it comes with a lot of overhead. One of those overhead being that you have to duplicate your tooling now. Now you have to kind of provision a different check-in setup for every single repo and also publish those different projects to NPM. You also have to set them up in GitHub, and this may not seem like a big deal the fourth or fifth time you're doing it, but you have to duplicate all of that and keep it updated throughout all these different repositories. And that can be a huge struggle. The other thing is I want to talk about separate workflows. Now that you've separated all of these projects into different repos, the workflows are also separated. So before, when I went to work on this one library and this one piece of the functionality, I can only run the tests for that piece of functionality. I really have no idea about how the card application or the API application are actually consuming this project. And so I kind of have to do my best to test it within this project, and I need to push it up and publish it to NPM. Then I can go through the other application and pull down the latest version, and I can learn that the tests fail, right? And so I have to go back to my original repository, make some more changes, and push it up. And I have to do the same thing for the API and run the test there. And after a couple of revisions, I am able to get this change out, but it took a long time and a lot of context switching when I'm working on the library itself versus the applications that use it. The other thing I want to talk about is those nice lines that we have drawn between these different projects. It's known that these projects are related to each other, but when you separate them out into these different repositories, those dependencies become less analyzable. So we lose our vision of those dependencies through code analysis. Within a single repository, it's very easy to say that like this file imports this file, and that's a very clear dependency. But with multiple repositories, now you have to depend on the way that NPM describes dependencies and so on and so forth. Those dependencies will also grow out of sync. A lot of times when we're publishing libraries, we also take over the open source world and say, I need to version my dependency so people can upgrade at their whatever's convenient to them. And so at first you end up with version 1 of everything and everything works together, but eventually you decide you need to publish a version 2 of the bottom library, right? And some libraries might catch on very quickly and upgrade to version 2, but other libraries like the one on the left is going to be left behind at version 1. And while this doesn't seem like a problem at this view of the world, when we go up to the application that uses both of these libraries, it's very confusing which version it needs of the very bottom library. And this is a well-documented problem with dependencies that's known as the diamond problem. So you can Google that and find a paper that Google has written about this problem. So moving on, this also affects the way that third-party dependencies work. If a library is depending on version 7 and one application is depending on version 8 and another one is depending on version 9, you now have 3 versions of Angular in your organization. And this can be very confusing for a user if they go to your application and they see multiple versions of Angular. And this was very common in the days of jQuery, where people would load 2 or 3 different versions of jQuery on their page and not know what's going on and why their bundle sizes are so large. So this has a direct effect on the user's experience as well. And so now that I've gone through sharing code the way I think a lot of people, including myself before, decided to share code, I want to go through the less complicated way of sharing code, right? And that is by using a monorepo and storing all your code in one repo. Before, when we decided we need to incorporate 2 new applications into our organization, we didn't necessarily have to break it out into multiple different repositories. We could have said, hey, we're just going to add you into our repository. And so now this means that we have unified tooling for this one repository. We already had Jenkins and NPM set up with our original application and libraries. And now we're going to be able to reuse the same tooling and use it for our other applications. So this saves us a lot of headache when we're going to implement new libraries and new applications. The other thing that became less apparent was our dependencies, and that was because we had to rely on ways that NPM described dependencies. Now within the same repo, we're back to the same state as we were before and seeing these really easily to see dependencies from one file to another file. And we're able to maintain this very analyzable way of finding our dependencies between different projects. And so when I work on my library, I can work on the application at the same time. I don't have the context switch, and I know that one uses the other, so I immediately know that I also need to worry about this application. I can also run all the tests of the code that's affected here. You might notice from before we were running tests for everything that's inside the repo. Now, knowing these dependencies, we can even run only the tests that we know can be affected by the changes that we make to the code. So with that dependency analysis being able to be done, there's also a single version of all of our code. So this is something that's called the one version policy, and it basically says that for any piece of code, be it internal or external code, you only have one version, and that version of the code is whatever is at the head of the repository or whatever branch you check out. So you can easily check out a whole new version of your whole organization without being worried about compatibility between different projects. So this means that whenever you need to upgrade version of third-party dependencies to a new version, everything gets upgraded at once. And you don't have to go through your organization and kind of do a project at a time, do all your testing, and then move on to the next project and do your testing there. Now you can do your project across the whole organization without doing work multiple times. And so in summary, when we take a look at the 2 different ways of sharing code, having code shared in multiple repositories is much more complicated. You have multiple different repositories, you have multiple sets of tooling, you have different versions of everything, and things can get really confusing really fast. And when we look at it in a monorepo situation, everything's organized within one repository, you have one set of tooling, and you have a strict set of dependencies that you're able to infer from one another. So you're also able to test only what's required to be tested at this time. So why use a monorepo, right? We get that we might be able to ship better products, or we might be able to share code, but I think at the end of the day, I think about the people that work on this, right? And people might have dependencies on other people, and they're going to try their best to work together. But when I think about an organization, this is the way I think about the organization, right? Everyone is under one roof. Everyone's striving to do the same thing and offer a good experience to their users, and ultimately work together to make a a big impact on the world, right? And so this is the way that our people work, and I think it just makes sense to have our code stored the same way. So now that I've touched on some basics of monorepos, I want to go into a tool called NX, which is written by the folks at Narwhal. I work on it a lot, Victor Sofkin, and a lot of other people work on it, on this tool. And it's also used within a lot of those Fortune 500 companies that Narwhal consults for. So it's not only just a tool that sounds cool, looks cool, it's actually used by real world companies. And I think that's one part of my job that I find the most satisfying and rewarding, is that I actually get to see people that use the tool that I create. So NX has 3 different main pillars of its belief system. So the first one being develop like Google, the second one being an intelligent build system, and the third one being modern tools. And I'm going to go and delve deeper into each of these three pillars. So when I talk about developing like Google, this also means developing like Microsoft, Facebook, and all those other companies that use a monorepo experience or a monorepo strategy to developing their software, right? It allows them to share the code, as I said. There's a complicated way of sharing code, and there's a less complicated way of sharing code. And by far, what all these companies are finding is that monorepos is a way to easily share code. And that also means collaborating between multiple teams becomes easier. The second thing that makes it easy is code generation. At Google, there's a lot of tools to generate code that eventually gets written or gets published. With NX, and as you're familiar with the Angular CLI, code generation is used heavily here. So to create a new NX workspace, you can use npx, create NX workspace, and then give it the name of your workspace. And then following that, you can also generate different applications into your workspace, and it's set up for you in a way that requires very little effort to onboard new applications. Not only can you use the code generation that we provide, but you can also write your own. Every organization has their own constraints, has their own best practices that they want to follow, right? So NX gives you the ability to write your own schematics and use code generation to help your organization stay consistent. So you can do this by executing NX workspace schematic, my custom schematic. And this can be used for a wide range of things, say, kind of creating new projects in a way that your organization prefers it. It can also be used for writing migrations when you're when you're changing the code in a very core library that a lot of different projects use. You might want to use the workspace schematic to iterate through all the files in your repository and change the way that is used. The other thing that is very important is to enforce these standards and best practices. So one of the things that NX allows you to do is that not only do you have these different projects that can all depend on one another without any restraints, but you're able to tag specific projects. So if I tag the one on the left as state and the one on the right as UI, I can also define a rule that says that libraries that are of type state cannot depend on libraries with type UI. So now when I try to depend on my UI for my state library, this will throw an error in linting. This way, your code base, even though it contains a lot of different pieces of code and a lot of different types of libraries, it doesn't become a ball of mud where everything depends on everything else and it's all intertangled and you can't figure out what depends on one another. So the next thing I want to talk, and the last thing is, this gives everyone a holistic development experience. They're no longer working on their specific part of the code base. They're no longer working on their specific app, but everyone has a developer experience that can run the whole organization. And any one developer can see what's going on in the other parts of the organization. So the next thing I want to talk about is the intelligent build system that NX is. NX is able to infer your dependencies. So just by the code that you're writing, say I import product component from my product UI and my product state from my product state, this can be analyzed through code analysis and be shown into this picture that we had before, where the car application depends on these two libraries. And NX actually has the intelligence to kind of infer these dependencies without you having to explicitly say it. And so now with this view of the world that's analyzable, we're able to visualize your dependencies. And by running NX step graph, we have this very interactive way of viewing your code base. And whereas before an architect might kind of draft a Wikipedia page or something like that that says, this is how I think everything is hooked together, that very quickly gets out of date. And so what doesn't get out of date is the code, right? The code is kind of what we work on every day, and we iterate on it. So we're able to draw the dependencies from the code, and we can run this at any time during our development to get the dependency graph throughout the different projects as defined by the code. So this never gets out of date. And it's very useful for understanding how things work together, why some things break when other things are touched, and things like that. So along with this information about how things depend on each other, we're able to run builds and tests based off of this knowledge. Before, when you have a lot of projects in a repository, you have to run all of those different projects every single PR. And this might take upwards of 60 minutes or even longer at certain scales of this repository. And this is not scalable towards a really big organization like Google. And let's take a look at some ways that we can use to trim this down to a more sizable 2 minutes or so. So the first thing we can do is run only the code that's been affected. By doing so, some of the different tests and builds that we're running don't need to be run at this particular time. If we only change a small piece of the code, we only need to run the parts of the code base that are possibly affected by those changes. So this can cut our build times down to 25 minutes rather than having to wait for all of the not affected projects to run. The next thing that we can do is, because we've separated all of our tasks into these small little parts of the repository, we can also run them in parallel. And so even on a single machine, we can split this work across 2 different threads, and we can bring this time down to 10 minutes by spreading the load across different processes. So we've brought down our build size, or our build times, from 60 minutes to 10 minutes, which is already pretty good in terms of running CI, right? But we can actually do more. So not only can we run it on parallel on one machine, but we can also distribute these builds onto multiple machines. If we're using, say, Jenkins or Azure, we can say, hey, all of these builds can actually go in their individual tasks and jobs. So we can distribute that onto our set of workers and agents that we have available within our CI environment. And this can bring down our times even more to a more sizable 6 minutes. But as you can see, this red line here is still quite long. And no matter what we do with distribution and parallelization, we still need a way to bring that red line down more. And so sometimes what happens is that you're running the same build twice. Sometimes you build the application on your local, you make sure everything works, and then you push it up for a PR, and the CI system does the same thing. It does the same build that you just did locally, runs the same tests, and this costs time. What would be great is if you could cache those long-running tasks. And caching, may or may not cache everything, but it could cache those longer-running tasks and bring the times down to a more sizable 2 minutes that everyone hopes that their CI can take. And throughout this whole process, we're still able to ensure the safety of our code. Because we've only changed this one little portion of our code, we can go through these optimizations and only do the things that are necessary to validate that our changes are safe to deploy. So what I mentioned here is that you're able to cache your build, and locally you're already able to do this. By default, all NX workspaces have caching enabled locally. So if you do a build twice, which I'll show later, you're able to use that same result for the second time around. But if you want to kind of do this for your CI system, the easiest way you can get set up with this is by using NX Cloud, which we just released. And I'll talk more about that in a second. The last thing I want to touch on is NX allows you to use modern tools with your repository. With the Angular CLI, you're kind of stuck with Karma and Protractor, which are great tools, and they're used within Google, and they're also very scalable. But a lot of modern alternatives to those tools have come out, as well as some tools that aren't available out of the box from Angular CLI. So some of those tools are TypeScript, which really needs no introduction. I hope that everyone's using TypeScript with their Angular projects. But Jest and Cypress are two tools that have come out in the JavaScript ecosystem that have really, I think, revolutionized the way that we run our tests. So Jest is one for doing unit testing. It's developed by Facebook, and it's used within their monorepo. Cypress is another very interactive end-to-end E2E testing experience. So not only does it allow you to write scripts that run on kind of a server somewhere or like behind the scenes, it actually gives you a UI that you can look at to see all the steps that are running for me too. So I was just hoping it was just me. Okay, so I talked a little bit about two test runners that I think are revolutionary, but Storybook is something that can be used to isolate your components. So a lot of UI frameworks and web development in general is thought about in components, right? Applications are made out of not pages, but components that are reused between applications. And Storybook allows developers to develop those in isolation as they should be, so that they can envision how different applications might take in this component. So those are some modern tools that come out of the box with NX, and we call them our core plugins. The other thing that is available is a whole suite of plugins for what kind of frameworks you want to use. So you may want to use Angular and maybe a backend framework like Nest, so you can install only those plugins. If another developer or your team wants to add in React as their framework and maybe use Next.js, they can install only those plugins. And the same goes for Express, Node, and just like regular web pages that you don't need a framework for. So all of this is within the core functionality of NX, but you don't have to take all of these into your workspace when you begin. So you can bring them in as you need them. You can kind of remove some if you don't need them anymore, and you can do all of this a la carte. And the last thing is we're actually opening it up so that the community has created a lot of plugins that you can install into your workspace. So some of these being the design-driven development or domain-driven development that Manfred Steyer has created. There's also tools that allow you to migrate from Karma to Jest or deploy your application serverlessly. Ultimately, it would be in an ideal world, Narwhal could support all of these different technologies, but there's so many awesome technologies out there that the community is the best place to have the support. So we're really excited about more community plugins that are made in the future. And you can make your own plugin today if you run npx create nx plugin using the latest version. This will give you the same development workflow that we use to develop NX, but allow you to create a plugin that is used for your favorite open source tool or closed source tool, whatever you want. So with all that out of the way, let me show you a live demo about how this works. And because I use Linux and Google Meet doesn't really support it very well, I'm going to have to switch my presentation for 1 second. Okay. So it should be back now with my editor. And so this is a repository that you can find online. You can find it at /narwhal/nxexample. Okay, we can wait for those to become responsive again. This is an example of how you can use an NX workspace. And if you're dragged into this repository and say you need to develop, there's a lot of different pieces of this code base that you're not going to be familiar with. And that's actually completely okay. When you're working in a monorepo, it's not really necessary for you to understand how every single piece of the repository works. But one of the ways that you can be more familiar with the code base, if you look at the dependency graph, is by running nx-depgraph. Okay, there's another demo that I should do first because I don't actually have my node modules installed. So let's get back to that in a second. I've actually just pulled down this repository from GitHub, and I don't have my node modules installed. So no node modules. I'm actually going to remove my dist and coverage directories as well, just because those aren't usually committed to the workspace. So this is all I have. This is what's uploaded onto GitHub. And so the first thing that I'm going to do is run a live install, which you should probably never do in a live presentation, but this is important. So right now I'm going to install the dependencies for the first time on my machine. And the very first thing I want to do is I want to build the whole organization for production mode. And usually if I do this, this presentation is going to last until midnight. However, because of the advanced capabilities of NX Cloud, once this install is done, I'm going to run a production build. And can anyone guess how long it's going to take? 10 minutes, 15 minutes, 5 seconds. So I'm reading the chat, but not many people. So Jeff thinks this will take 20 minutes.
Five seconds.
All right.
Wow, people
I have an estimate for 1 to 10 seconds. Just enough time to make a coffee. Wow. You can make a coffee during the installation, but spoiler alert, probably not going to finish your coffee before the production build is finished. So this install is almost done. We're just compiling a lot of things for compatibility for Ivy. Yes, this repository is using NX Cloud. So that's what I'll be showing here. But I also talked about some things that are available out of the box with NX that you don't need NX Cloud for. All right, so we're done installing. That took 2 minutes. Sorry for wasting everyone's time, but I just wanted to show that this is kind of the experience that a new developer would have when they try to run an application for the first time. So when I do yarn nx affected, and I pass in git build and configuration production. So I'm not even parallelizing these. I want to go through all the different projects. And today I just kind of feel like building all of my projects. I'm going to select all of those, do a build on them, and configure it for production builds. So if I go ahead and press enter on this, we can see that it looks up all the projects, and boom, it's already done in 2 seconds. So it wasn't quite 1 second, but what happened is that it actually read the output from the cache instead of running the command for 2 out of the 2 projects that we wanted to do. So we can see that we have our dist now, and everything that we needed from compiled JavaScript, all of our Webpack builds, this is all available within the dist. Right? So not only do we have our cart application, we also have our products application. So this was done without executing Webpack on my own local machine, but let's say I already have this built on my local machine, right? And I want to build a card application now just by itself. So if I go back and I execute just build for my cart, and I configure it for production, since I've done it locally, this will be even faster, hopefully. Okay, so this is what it looks like when this is not working. But if I go back to here and pass in, we're going to use apps cart source index.html. I'm just saying that I'm touching a file within my cart application. So the only project that will be affected is my cart application. But I haven't actually touched the code. So it's actually able to read this from my local cache. And this takes only half the time because it's cached locally. And I can go ahead and remove the dist from my workspace. And I can execute this again. And again, it's done in 1 second. And you can see that my cart application is all built for production. And now I can very quickly pull down my whole organization of code and kind of see what the application should look and feel like in production. And this saves developers a lot of time throughout their day. So as I was talking about before, now that I have my node modules installed, I can also show all the dependencies that we have within this organization. So I have to restart my presenting again and present my browser. Okay. Now you all should see the browser, and you should see all of these different dependencies. So even though I only have 2 applications within this code base, I've still done my due diligence and split out different parts of functionality into different libraries. And while I might not remember the way that everything depends on one another, we can easily go through the important parts of what were important to us, and say we're tasked one day of working on the shared header. So I can go and click the focus button on my shared header, and we can see that, oh, my shared header is actually used by 2 applications here, the products application and the cart application. And we can see that it depends on this other library called shared JSXify. So now I'm very easily able to go into my workspace, run a command, and see kind of what I need to worry about during my testing and during my development. And if I reach this view and I say, oh, for my purposes, I really don't care about cart, right? I can go ahead and exclude that from the picture. And I'm left with only the things that I can see. If I want to see what my products application uses, I can go ahead and focus that and see the bigger picture of what's used there. So this is a really helpful tool that allows you to visualize and kind of plan out your development with all the understanding that you can derive through dependencies that are analyzable. So this is super cool. The other thing you can do is you can group this by different folders. So I've organized my code directory structure under shared and shared/product. So I can see highlighted by these rectangles where this code lives, and the view is more spread out in terms of how the directories are laid out. And so the last thing I want to show is I want to go back to my editor and show you what affected does. Okay, so now that we're back in my editor, I can kind of go through and make a change to my repository. So right now I'm on master and nothing is done. But I might be tasked with going through my shared header. And as we saw before, if I make a change in this header, we should also see part of the code base light up. So I could say, hello, AngularToronto, save those changes. And we can view that in our Git status, right? And now when I do annex affected test, and I want to run this in parallel because I have multiple things being tested, it's able to see that there's only 3 projects that could be affected by my change. Even though we saw that large graph of projects before, we're now able to see that these tests are the only ones that need to be run, and we can see that the change works correctly because it console logs out during the test. The other thing is that because I've run these tests, and now let's say I want to make a change in my cart application as well for this header, I can go back down here, shrink this a bit, and in my cart application, I can, actually I'll go through my products application, might be a better idea here, because it's an Angular. We might have a header, but we might also want to say Toronto is an awesome city. So now I've kind of added a change to my cart application, and if I run test again, I can see that the same 3 projects are affected. However, 2 out of the 3 projects are actually pulled from cache. So I've already done those tests, and nothing has changed for those. So the product application and the shared header tests, they've already been run. So what I see as a result is that only the test for my products application is showing. So this is kind of the way that NX helps you scale throughout your organization. And I've only showed two different applications here. So this is obviously a frictional organization here, but it's already helping me scale my development across these 2 different applications. And so that's about the end of my presentation. Follow everything on social. As Natalia talked about, personal branding is important. So you can follow me on Twitter at FrozenPandas. You can follow Narwhal at narwhal.io, or go to our website at narwhal.io and find NX Dev Tools on Twitter, as well as NX Dev for our doc site for using NX and getting started, and nx.app if you're interested in the remote caching.
Thank you so much, Jason. We actually have a few live questions, and so whoever wanted to ask live questions can join right now. Please make sure your background is appropriate. and while people are joining, we have a question from Justin. So the question is the following. We have multiple teams working on various projects with differently release cycles within the monorepo. Which branching strategy makes the most sense in our case? Would it be trunk-based or Git flow or something else entirely different?
Yeah, so one of the things that Google also does within their huge monorepository is they use something called trunk-based development. And this means that everyone develops off of a master branch or a trunk branch, and they land changes onto there. But that doesn't necessarily mean that Google's released from the trunk branch or the master branch, right? That would mean many different projects are released at the same time, which isn't the way it works. So you can actually make release branches off of your master branch and work off of that to kind of cherry pick some commits in. So you can kind of go back to your previous commit. You can cherry pick a lot of things into this release branch. And so this is the way that is recommended to work within a monorepo situation. The other thing I'll say is that you can also use development branching strategies such as Git flow within different parts of the repository. So if I was on the cart team and I was a really big fan of this feature branch, Git flow, workflow, because it allows me to stage my commits and kind of work on between multiple developers on a long living branch, I can do that and still merge that into my monorepo. But just as a word of caution is that as you start to have more changes on this long-running branch, so does increase the likelihood of conflicts between your branch and the trunk branch. So not only is that dangerous because you have to do a lot of work when you eventually want to merge that in, you also have the trunk branch not being aware of those changes as they're being made. So while it is possible, I wouldn't recommend it personally.
Awesome. So thanks so much. John, if you could unmute yourself and ask a question.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Sweet. First off, thank you, Narwhal. It's been a huge lift. I work with a lot of like enterprise companies that are doing things that are about 15 years old. And this has been a really massive improvement to the developer tooling that we have. So my main question was kind of related to the one that you just answered. Is I know that to begin with, the NX tooling's kind of been built around trunk-based development flow, and we unfortunately at my client don't have that, and it's all based on kind of that Git flow or flavor of Git flow, where we're doing like small feature branches, merging them into develop regularly, and then promoting to a release branch, and then merging that into master eventually. So I was wondering if there are any, I think you guys I've been trying to follow some of the GitHub issues. Are you guys working on any of this actively from a tooling standpoint?
So if I understand the question correctly, it's kind of like, how can we improve NX to work with a Git flow workflow across multiple teams? So right now, you're already able to get your affected changes from one SHA in Git versus another SHA. So you should be able to do the same with Git flow. But I'm not aware of any other discussions of improving the workflow in that standpoint.
Gotcha. I have one last little question. Is there any consideration of incorporating color coding for tags into the dependency graph tool?
That is an amazing idea, and you should open up an issue on GitHub, and we will look into implementing that. I think that would be really cool, just like the way we're able to separate it out by directories. We can also separate it out by tags. It'd be a great idea.
Cool.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you, John. Next up, we have a question from Sergey.
Hey, I also have a question for Jason. So I have a question which is like, do you have any tips or gotchas for migration to NX from, like I have a large Angular application and then I've got 10 plus node services. So any kind of tips or gotchas for migration?
So for your Angular application, we actually have a schematic that allows you to add NX into an existing workspace. So we have a guide on this. So you can check it out on nx.dev. As for gotchas, as for the node applications, you should be able to just copy them in. When we designed out the node flow, we were aware that a lot of people were going to have, node applications not in an Angular CLI kind of environment, right? So we designed it in a way that you can pretty much just drop any node script in and run that. So if you just copy and paste your code, and then have a thin little wrapper that NX generates, it should work relatively well. Mm-hmm. If there's anything that can be done that would make this experience better, by all means, let us know. Open up a GitHub issue, and we can take a look. And yeah, I think the only gotcha is that I would recommend looking into using git move, which might move a lot of the history from one project to another. But if you don't need it, I would also say that this is sometimes a lot more headache than it's worth going into. And I also know that other tools like Lerna have kind of a way to import projects into a shared code co-location workspace. And it's not on the roadmap right now, but we might look into ways we can do that as well.
Okay. Yeah, no, sounds good. Yeah, in my case, I have everything's already in the same repo, but all managed individually, right? So like everything has its own node mods and all of that. So, I'll take a look at git move. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you for your question, Sergey. All right, when we have a final question from Lars from Angular in Depth. So he says, when I use NX with Protractor, I'm unable to use my workspace path mappings for imports. So I can't use E2E utils workspace libraries in my protractor tests. I managed to fix it using tsconfig path, but would it be nice to have that support out of the box, like when using NX plus Cypress? So the question is like, how can I get the workspace path mapping support in protractor projects like I have when using Cypress and other Angular projects?
So that is going to be an issue for the Angular CLI repo. From my knowledge, I believe that they're using Webpack under the hood in some form, but I'm actually a little rusty on exactly how the builder works. I would say a good way to word the issue is that protractor does not, the protractor builder inside of Angular CLI doesn't allow to use tsconfig path mappings, and that is something that is outside of NX and isn't NX specific. It's just a feature of TypeScript that I think personally the CLI should support. And we actually went through some time where it didn't work with Cypress either, so I totally understand why it's not supported by the Angular CLI, but it can be done, so I would recommend opening an issue there.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Jason. It was a really fantastic presentation. All right, next up we have Laura. We are kind of behind the schedule, so I think we won't have any breaks, and we'll let her set it up, and we'll be back in 1 second. Thank you so much. All right, and we are back to Laura. So this will be a bit longer workshop, but it's definitely worth it. It's a very exciting one. I've seen some of it already. Go ahead, Laura. Thank you.
All right. So let's see. Let's get started with, sorry, 1 second. There we go. All right, my name is Laura Newsom. I am a software engineer at Source Allies in Urbandale, Iowa. You can reach out to me on Twitter at Laura Nerdsome. I made a GitHub repo for the code I'll be showing you later in this talk. It's at lnewsome/app-of-horrors. It's broken out into different breakpoints. So you'll be able to, I put in the README sort of where it's at in the process. All of the code is tested. So if you need examples of how to test NGRX, those tests are available in that code that's up in the repos. I use Jest because it's one of my favorites. And so what you can expect today, basically, I will take an existing application. We will install NGRX into that application, and I'll run you through some of the built-in tools and libraries that the NGRX team has developed to make using NGRX easier than it's ever been before. So to get started, a little bit about myself. I was on a team last year, and we started an application where we were rewriting a existing Fox Pro code app into Angular. I was the only one on the team with Angular experience, and most of my experience was in Angular JS. So we started simply. We had a header and we had some tables, and we were moving some data from the header down into the tables and from the tables up into the header. So we used input and output bindings. We made a few observable services to pass data around between more distantly related components, because we found ourselves in the situation where we were chaining inputs. So we were doing an output from a child up to the parent, and then another output from that parent up to the other parent. And then that seemed really messy. So we made some services. And that was okay, but this application started getting out of control. You can manage state perfectly well using observable services. We were not doing that. So we needed something to help us out. It was getting harder and harder to make changes to the application. Anytime anyone had to get into this app, into this specifically this one component, everything would break. It would take forever to fix all the tests. It just took a lot of time. So I looked into NGRX and I got a proof of concept up and running. And then I had to sell it to my team. And now these poor people were already exhausted from learning Angular in 6 weeks. And so I had to sell them on NGRX. And so this is how I did that. The first thing you need to know about NGRX is you can have it installed and working with one command. The CLI has a tool. It will install it. It'll install all the dependencies. It will wire up all the configuration you need in the app.module with some default settings that I have really not had to mess with very much. So they were excited about that. The next thing that really sold them was that we didn't have to do the whole app at once. We could just do parts of it. And in fact, our application, what we had was a lazy loaded module, and then we were building a new lazy loaded module. And so we ended up writing the entire new lazy loaded module entirely using NGRX. And then we were updating NGRX as we needed to. We're updating the previous lazy loaded module, rolling those things into NGRX as we found a reason to open up those files again. So it wasn't all or nothing. Our app lived in production flawlessly in a hybrid state for months, and yours can too. So we were excited about that. The last thing that really sold my team was those Redux dev tools. There's a Chrome extension that gives you Redux dev tools for free, and it's one command to install those. So we were sold. We were ready to jump in. But I want to explain a little bit about what NGRX is before we totally get started here. So if you look online for a very basic definition, NGRX is a set of libraries developed for Angular that follow the Redux pattern. That's great. So if you don't know what the Redux pattern is, that means nothing to you. So I'm going to describe it slightly. The Redux pattern, this is how it works in Angular. Basically, you have a store, you have components, you have effects, you have reducers. Effects can take in services. I like to think of it more as actually an observable service. If you're already writing observable services, you're actually not that far off from doing NGRX. So the reducers, those act like subjects that are pushing new data into the stream. You've got your observable, which is your store. And then you've got components that's your observer. So those are subscribed to the store, and they can pull data out of the store. More specifically, the workflow is that you have a component or even a page event that will fire off an action. Now there's an action stream running in the background. It is a hot observable. If you do not know the difference between a hot and a cold observable, I like to think of it, the hot observable, as like a radio station that you turn on. It's always running, it's in the background, and when you turn it on, you hear what's on right now. Whereas a cold observable is more like Netflix or something where you say what you want to, you say when you're ready to start watching. So it's a hot observable stream running in the background. Reducers can listen to actions. Effects can listen to actions. So an action can come in that can actually fire off a reducer and an effect at the same time. But commonly, an action gets fired off. It goes into an effect, which is where you handle all of your side effects. So please don't ever put logic into your reducers. We'll go into that a little bit more here. But an action can fire off an effect. The effect can, if it has work it needs to do on the payload that comes in on that action, it can pull in service dependencies, it can do some work. And the end result is typically that it will fire off another action, which is then picked up by the reducers. Reducers are pure functions. They are meant to take in an initial slice of state. They are meant to take in an action that has a payload or not. And the end result is a new slice of state. And it shouldn't matter what you put in. You should always have the same result. It's a pure function. You should not see any different side effects based on what comes in. So the reducers push out a new state. So that's calling next on that observable. Anything that is subscribed to the observable, so components can subscribe to the slices of state, they will be updated and you'll get a refreshed view. So there are some pros to NGRX. It's a single source of truth. One of the things that kept happening to our team is that we kept tripping all over each other. We had, I think, 5 service dependencies going at one point, and they were fighting for who was right. And that was awesome. NGRX is easier to debug and easier to test, and that's because you end up making your components so stupid that testing them is a breeze. All of the work that's happening to your state is happening in effects or in selectors, so it's easy to sort of pinpoint where problems might be because you know where to look. I find the testing is pretty easy. NGRX actually has a mock store library that comes with it. Testing is not bad. And like I said, there are examples in the code I have provided. And I found that once I figured out the patterns of NGRX, it's a lot easier to grow the app. Just keep following the pattern, and especially if you're taking advantage of things like NGRX entity or NGRX data, you can really move pretty quickly through your adding new components. There are also some cons. Everyone will talk about the learning curve. I don't know if I've ever picked up a new library or language and had it not have a learning curve. Your learning curve will be lower the more you understand RxJS, the more you understand the Redux pattern, the lower your learning curve is going to be with NGRX. So if you're wondering how to understand NGRX better, start understanding more about the Redux pattern and RxJS. People will tell you there's a ton of boilerplate. There is, the NGRX team has done an amazing job doing a lot of work making creator functions, bringing in tools that you can use. So creator functions have really reduced the amount of boilerplate that goes into writing reducers, that goes into writing selectors and actions. You can bring in NGRX schematics and it will literally just generate files for you. I will show you that here shortly. So the amount of boilerplate has gone down dramatically. So don't let that scare you off. It is an external library. It is not directly supported by the Angular team, but it is widely supported in the Angular community. So I feel like it's a solid choice. And there's a lot of good code examples out there. And it's a growing library. There's a ton of people that are working. It's open source. There's a ton of people that are working to make it better all the time. So it's a vibrant, growing library. So we should get started before it's too late, because an app with out of control state is no good. So I had originally made this workshop to function more as a workshop at ng-conf. But now this is virtual, so I'm going to kind of just plow through some of this stuff. I will try to speak slowly and clearly. I don't think we will have quite enough time to get up through effects today, but we'll see where we get to. But if you'd like to try to code along, you can pull the library from GitHub, lnewsome app-of-horrors. So you can run that command. You'll want to run npm install on it, and then check out the branch called step 1, and then ngserve-o. That will open up the app in your browser, and it should be running on localhost 4200. So let's see. The first thing we're going to do is we need to install NGRX. And so I am going to move over to my code. So this is the code base. I should actually show you this a little bit so you're not stumbling around in there. So when you open up the code in your favorite code editor, I'm using VS Code here. There's a source folder. So the package, actually one of the files we want to look at here is package.json. We'll look at that in just a moment, but all the goodies are included here in the source folder. And then inside the app folder, I made some very cheaty, I didn't want to make actual API calls, so I've got some of my resources are just stored down here in this assets folder. I wanted this to sort of replicate actual enterprise apps where there would be sort of a core module that sort of holds everything, and then some feature loaded or some feature modules. So the plant component is our feature module, core component is our core module. So the core has the header, and it has my cheaty services that are pretending to be HTTP calls. So just pretend like those are HTTP calls. And then we've got our plant component, which has 3 different parts to it. It's got a catalog, it's got a plant listing table, and a selected plant. So I'm going to show you what that looks like in the browser here. Got that up and running. So up here, this header is part of the core component. And then this is where we've got our feature module loading. Right now we're looking at all plants. When you click, this is the plant listing. When you click on this, it's passing it into the selected plants module here. So the menu is also sort of funneling down to give you the results you're looking for. So this is Mushnik's House of Killer Plants. All right, so we go back here. The first thing we want to do is we want to install NGRX. And so the code that let's see, I'm going to open up a new terminal here. We don't care about that. Okay, so the first thing we're going to type in is ng add at, whoops, not a space, ngrx/store. Okay, when we run this command, we're going to watch here in the package.json. It will add the library to there, and then also in the, let's see, where's my app.module is up here. We'll see, this is actually where the exciting stuff happens. My app.module is, this is where the CLI will automatically configure RxJS for you. So, of course, it's late evening and all my neighbors are on the internet, so it might take a second. Let's see if it got anything in package.json yet. Nope, it's going to take forever. So what we will see here is this will add in this window here, it's going to add the, it'll add the import for the NGRX store. So, of course, this is taking forever.
We can
What's that?
We can put some fun music in the meantime.
I'm thinking that's what we're gonna need to do. I think the package just showed up. Let's see. Yeah, whoa, exciting. Check that out. Yep, it added the NGRX store to your dependencies array here. Yay. Oh, it's happening. I think it's happening. There we go. All right, so that was real exciting. It added your store module, and then it configured it. It's the meta reducers are, you can read about those in the RxJS, and I'm sorry, NGRX docs. It sets these default settings for you. Your runtime checks are all very clearly defined over here in the docs. Let's see, I've got those pulled up here. So if you go into NGRX store and go down to configuration, runtime checks, you can read about all of those different settings. Let's see, so that's all we need to do to install NGRX. So now, oh, but it thinks we're going to take a little while longer. So we're going to go back and look at these, look at the docs a little bit more. We're going to be installing the NGRX store dev tools. So let's see. Oh, yeah, this is just super slow today. Maybe if I drop out of that, maybe that'll give me a little more. Okay, so eventually that is going to go away. So one of the other things that added here is a reducers folder. And inside the reducers folder, this is sort of like a basic skeleton for NGRX. The meta reducers, you can read about those. I have not used those much with what we've been working on. They're in the advanced section. You can read about what those do for you. In the code that's later on, I actually killed them because I didn't want to write tests for them. So, but you don't have to do that. Okay, so we're ready to add the next library, which is ng-add at ngrx store-devtools. Okay, so we are adding now the Chrome Redux DevTools. And while that runs, we'll go over to the internet. And the second part of this to get the DevTools up and running is you need to have the extension installed in Chrome. So if you Google Redux Chrome DevTools and you pull open literally the first result, it will give you a very hilariously sized window with Redux DevTools. So I have them already installed. So yours will probably say add to. And then they turn up here in the upper right hand of the window. If you hover over, it's like 3 concentric circles with 2 little electron-y circles floating on them. You can see those over there. And let's see how my install is doing. Come here, install. It's still thinking about that. So when that's up and running, when we go back to our application here, right now we do not have the Chrome DevTools installed because we're sort of in limbo with that. But over here we have, when they are installed, this icon will brighten up. It'll be green and, oh, something's happening. This is exciting. Ah, there we go. See, so now it's green with little red dots, and it's showing us that the NGRX store has initialized. This is the action that's been passed in. And you'll notice we have no state yet, and that's because we haven't defined any. So that's fine. We're going to do that next. Well, we're going to do that in a little bit. So let's see, what did this change in our module? This gave us, it added on line 27 of our app.module, it added the store DevTools module. Max age, that's how many actions it remembers. There's a ceiling on that, but 25 seems to work pretty well. This is important, this log only environment.production. If you don't have that set, you're going to be leaking your actions in production, and you probably don't necessarily want that being passed around. So let's see. Oh, there we go. It's done. So it added the package. So the next thing we're going to do is we're going to add the router store, because I like to start with the stuff you get for free. And one of the libraries you get for free is access to the router store. One of our big problems that we ran into was trying to get access to router parameters in child components. And so I just typed ng-add at ngrx/router-store, and that is going to give us access to all of the NGRX router store, all the URL parameters and everything anywhere in the application. So what we will go over to the NGRX docs here. So if we go to the router store DevTools, we're doing the installation part. This is good. It's giving my stuff longer to install. All right, so we are on the NGRX docs here, and I have selected the selectors, router store selectors. You can see here they give you a bunch of built-in selectors. So the selector is what defines which slice of state the which slice of state is being handed back to your view. And so when you talk about state, I think of it like a pie, and you slice it up. So if you want just your user slice of state, that contains everything about the user, and we'll actually be defining some slices of state here. But this router slice of state already has selectors, so we're actually going to be copying and pasting from here, which that's exciting. So let's see, this has come in here, and on line 29 of the app.module, it has added the router store connecting module. So that is done for you. Now we have access to that. And let's see, we're going to run one more since this takes forever, but then we'll get into some configuration. So we want to add schematics because we're going to use that next. So we'll do ng add at ngrx/schematics. I can spell, there we go. And while that's running, we're going to go in and define some slices of state. One thing we already looked at how we now have dev tools in our application here. What we should see now, we can see we're getting the router store actions coming through, which is great, but we still don't have our slice of state. So like I said, we can see these actions, but we're not really doing anything with them yet. So in order to do something with those, we need to go in and define our slices of state. And so let me advance my slides here. Okay, so the first thing we're going to do is we need to import the router store into this. We are inside the reducers folder that was added for us. We're in that index.ts file. So we're going to import, we want to import everything from the router store. The common nomenclature you're going to see in almost every example online is to do star as from router or from user or from root. So I'm going to use that nomenclature here today. And this is going to be at ngrx router store. It's like it knows what I want. So we're going to import that. And then this is where we define our slice of state. So I like to call this something that I'll remember, like router. And in here, we're going to from router. So that's pulling that out of the router store. And then we are looking for router reducer state map. There we go. State, not map. And then we're going to call it any. It just likes that. And then we need to also define a reducer for that. From router, router reducer. Okay. So that is now defined, that has now defined that slice of state for us. So now we have saved that, because I have autosave on. So if we come over here now, we should see something different when we come into our dev tools. Now we can see our router slice of state because we told it where it is, right? So we now have defined our router slice of state, but it's not really doing anything for us yet. It just kind of exists. So what we now need to do, now it's time to go grab those selectors. So we're going to go back to the docs, and we are going to straight up copy line 13. We're going to try real hard. 13 down to, oops, I missed some. We want line 8 down to line 21. I'm just going to copy it. And then we're going to go put that in our code. It can just go right after the meta reducers. So put that in here. So what this does, it creates a feature selector. This is how this works for the router. That is being used by all of these sort of bonus selectors that we get from this library. We will learn how to define our own feature selector in the next step here, but this gives us, you can see it's getting passed in here and it's giving us access. But what we really want to do is we want to export a very specific URL parameter, which if you look at our app, that's not the one I want to look at. I actually want to be in the core. Nope, the plant component, sorry. This is my child route in here, and you can see the path the URL parameter is named plant type. So that's the URL parameter that we want to grab. So we are going to export const. Let me advance my slide so I don't type this wrong. And then we want get plant type. I think of the selectors as getters. I'm an old C# developer, so I kind of think of our selectors as getters and the reducers as setters, but that might make people's head explode. But anyway, so we're going to create a selector. So this is one of those great creator functions that NGRX has that work awesome. And then, so we're going to pass in, excuse me, we're going to be looking at the select route param. We want this specific one here. So we're going to pass that in as the first property here. And we're going to pass it the string of plant type, which we know, oops, back here, which we know because we just looked at it. And then that is going to, then the next thing that, the last property here is a method, an anonymous function here that we're passing in, and it's going to return a plant type. And this is just going to straight up return plant type. You could actually just set this equal to select route param with plant type. I do it this way because that gives me access to the override selector method in the mock store for testing. Anyways, so now we have our selector set up. And so really the next step is to use that. So we've saved that. So we go into, we use this in our plant catalog. We're using it in the plant listing table. So we go down to this component and you can see here the plant type. I've got it commented as a route param. We're actually grabbing the activated route inside the component and we're setting a variable to plant type from the parameters. So we're going to replace that. So first we need to have a dependency of the store, private store, and it's of type store. I'm typing it as any right now just because it you can, but you can also specify which slice of state you want it to do. We also need to import star as from root from, and then this is going to be in our reducers folder. I'm not getting my IntelliSense. Oh, there we go. Oh, thanks, VS Code. Just got to remember how many back it is. There we go. Oops. Oh my gosh. Oh, I'm down too far. Okay. There we go. Huh. Thank you. Reducers, and then the index file. So that'll give us access to that. And so actually, instead of passing any in here, you should probably pass from root.state, because that wants the slice of state that it is related to. And then we will have, instead of plant type being a string, this is now going to be an observable of type string. And we are going to set it like this. So we're going to say this plant type is equal to this dot store dot type. Is that right? Yep. And then we are going to select the slice of state that we're looking for. So we made that selector and we called it get plant type. And so that's what we're going to go grab. So this now has set the this observable to an observable of type string, and it's going to be grabbing that plant type parameter. So we can delete this activated route. We don't need that anymore. We no longer need this here. And now we can go into, whoa, we can take out the reference up here. Now we can go into our HTML template. And you can see up here on line 2, you've got an ngIf containing plant type. Oh, I forgot something. I like to name my observables with a $sign at the end. It is just a naming convention. So when we come up here, plant type, we want to actually, we're going to async pipe that. If you don't know what the async pipe is, it basically unwraps that observable for you. So it'll go, this is going to go get our plant type, and we can alias it as plant type. The benefit of using the async pipe is that it handles your subscribes and your unsubscribes. So if you're familiar with RxJS, it's important to unsubscribe from your observables, otherwise you're leaking memory. So now this should all work as expected. Let's see what's happening over here on our lovely, I might need to turn it off and turn it back on again. So let's see. Oh, and we had one more question to ask about when we installed our NGRX schematics. It wants to know if we want to use NGRX schematics as the default collection. Just say yes, and I'll show you what that does here in a second. But we're going to go back to our, we're going to turn this off and turn it back on again. A lot of times when you add a lot of dependencies in your app module, it just doesn't keep up. So you got to just Control C to stop it, and then ng serve it again. So wait for that for a second. In the meanwhile, let's go. If you look at the angular.json, when installing schematics asked you if you wanted to use it as the default collection, it basically just added in the Angular JSON file, line 118 through line 120, it added this this entry here. So if you don't want that, you can just delete it and it's gone. So okay, let's see if this is working now. Now I'm all nervous. Okay, I've missed something. So we open up our DevTools and we find out what I did. Failed to parse source map. What? All right. Oh, never mind. I just didn't click the button. When you want your website to work, you have to click the button. So as you can see, that plant type is actually getting pulled in here, shop, and then it's plant type, plants. And so you can see that that's working. So we have now, we've stepped through a bunch of these. So we actually have added NGRX to our website. We have added the router store to our website, and everything is still working as we expected. We've got NGRX state up and running, so we've got a router slice of state. So the next thing we're going to do is we're going to get our user slice of state. So that's going to replace this where it says see more here. See more is our target. So the first thing we're going to do, actually, I'll show you this slide. If you want to play catch up, this should actually say step 2. We will start from step 2 of the branch, or step 2 branch. Otherwise, we can just keep going. So we're going to use NGRX schematics for this. And what I did not know about NGRX schematics until I started developing this talk. And they're great because they do a ton of the boilerplate for you. And so we are going to, now that we should have our schematics installed as well. Luckily, we were doing that ahead of time. So we're going to come in here, and so we've got ng, and then G is shorthand for generate. So if you don't like to type entire words like I don't, you can type G. A is for action, and this is part of that schematic CLI that we added. So let's see, we're going to do reducers, and we want to define this as the user state. And then we have to name the file because it's going to be called whatever we call it. So we'll call it user-state, and then it'll append .actions to the end of that. So I'm going to see what happens when I just enter this. There's actually a couple of flags that you can put on this that'll answer some of these questions for you. So it says, should we generate success and failure actions? I say no. You can. And should we use the create function? Heck yeah, always use the create functions. So that has now generated for us. If we go into our we go into our reducer folder here. Oh, somebody named it reducer instead of reducers. So we got to move that. Hopefully it'll just pick it up. Oh, I didn't do that right. Oh no, nobody look at me. Okay, move the folder, and now we move these guys in here. This is how you really get things confused. Okay, I think we're safe now. We'll just delete that. Okay, so what this does is it creates an actions file for you. And this is the amazing action creator the creator function for actions. And what I love about this is it replaces a ton of code. So we don't actually want one that says loads user state right now. We're kind of more interested in making a file, an action called set user, because we want to set our user. Whoops, what have I done? I did a fun thing. Oh, I just lost the thing I was looking at, but whatever. Okay, so we're going to call this set user. And so the creator method for this, this string here, this user state loads user states, is actually when we are in our Chrome Dev Tools, it is the string that shows up on type. So whatever we type in there is going to be what gets passed in here. So I like to make it something that tells me what we're like, where we are and what we're trying to do. And so the square brackets here are naming or a convention to let you know that you're in the user slices state. And we are going to set the user. It's like it knows when I want it to pause.
Yeah, very interesting. Okay, let's see. We should be back live now. Yes, we are back.
Okay, so we have just created our user actions. Now we are going to generate our reducer. So we're going to use schematics again. So we're going to do ng, G for generate, R for reducer, and this time we're going to type the word reducers with an S so it goes in the right folder. And we'll call it user state, also typed the same way so it goes in the same folder. And we'll do the same thing again where we just call it user-state. That will append .reducer to the end of that for you. And now we're going to use our flags. So remember the two questions they asked us before. So do you want to use the create function? Yes, we always do. So we do -C. And then if should we generate success and failure actions? You can do A equals false. Now, there's nothing wrong with those. I just don't happen to need them. You should at some point generate some and see what happens and see if they look useful to you. They're not useful in our situation here. So, okay. So that has created some files for us. It created a user state reducer for us, which you'll notice looks somewhat similar to what it made for us with our store reducer. And that's because they're kind of related. So this is the user slices state. So at this point, though, it's not wired up and it doesn't know what to do with it. So we need to first tell it that it's going to have a user, and that's going to be a type user. So we'll get that in there. And then we need to set the initial state. The benefit of setting the initial state is that it prevents undefined errors, even if you tell it that user is undefined. Okay, so that sets our slice of state. So we also need to go into, now we need to tell it to be in the whole slice of state, because right now this only knows about router. So now we need to tell it about the user. So one thing that this generated for us, it generated a user state feature key. This is important. You need to use this in here. And so I use that with the square brackets. Oh, but first we need to come up here and import star as from user from, oh, this will be not back very far. It's just going to be in user state. And actually this brought up another thing I meant to tell you about, which is barrel files. So if we go back to this user state, we create a new file. We'll call this index.ts. Oh, don't call it indes. Call it index. Index.ts. And then in here, we're just going to export star from the actions, and we're going to export star from the reducer. That will that way when we go into our state and we say from user state, this will grab everything that's in that user state folder. It looks for that index.ts file and it's like, oh, hey, I see that you have stuff coming out of both of those files. So I'll just mush that all together for you. So now we can use from user dot, and we want the user state feature key. This is going to make sure we don't do something stupid and name it something up here like user and then try to set the reducer equal to something else and then it gets confused and it doesn't work and you have to troubleshoot it for hours. So we'll define the slice of state to look like from user state. And then we'll do the same thing here where we tell it what reducer to be using. I'm going to use the reducer. Oops, sorry. This is the user key. I got excited. So then we set this equal to from user reducer. And then you can also set initial state. You don't have to. I like to because I'm like that. I can spell initial state, I swear. That's going to be type state equals an object that has a router, which is defined, and again we use the feature key so we don't mess ourselves up. And this is going to be from user dot initial state. Okay. So now let's see if it picked it up or if we need to restart our app here. Yep. So it's angry because I went too fast. So we will we'll turn it off and turn it back on again. Okay. Especially when I moved all those folders around, I probably got really mad. Okay, so we've defined our action here. We've defined our user here, but now we need to do something with that action. And so now we're going to actually, inside this reducer creator function, we're going to use on, and then we say set user, and that was the action that we defined. And then we are going to then that will return, oops, sorry, I'm not on the right page. That will return the state. So the way this works, you put this initial state here as the first property. If it's undefined, it will give you the initial state. Otherwise, it will give you whatever the existing state is. So there will be state. This function will pass back state and an action. And so we want to take state and we want to, oops, I didn't do that right. We want to take the state and we want to spread it. So if we had more properties than just user, it would leave the rest of them alone. We really only have user, but I like to do this just to make sure I don't make any dumb mistakes later as I add things to state. So that tells the reducer what to do when it gets an action called set user. So that's great. We've got that set up here. Now we got to figure out how we're going to get user out again. And so now we go back to the base state, the root state here, and we're going to define kind of like, well, it's not going to look like this, but we are going to do a feature selector. So I will put this up here. We don't need to have access to it. So this will be select user state. I name it that so I know I'm grabbing the entire slice. So we want to create feature selector, and this is where that feature, I don't think I imported the user state up here yet. I did. Good for me. Okay, so this is where that feature key is really useful, is it's going to be looking for that in your slice of state. Okay, so that selector will now go grab that entire user slice of state. So now we need a selector down here that will go get the user for us. Get user, and we say create selector. And so this is going to take in that select user state feature state as its first. So that's the sort of this incoming slice of state that it's working with. And then it's going to, this will have, we'll just call this state. And if you type it, you'll get or IntelliSense on it. From user dot state is the type of state that's coming out of this thing. And all we really care about it is that user. We only want the user to come back. So the selector will now return the user to us. So now we're, oh, you can? Excellent. Excellent. So I just learned that you don't have to type it. So that's awesome. But let's go in and use this. So the first thing we need to do is we need to go into where our state is being set. And I luckily designed this, so I know where it's being set. It's being set in the core module. It's being set in the core component. And you can see, oh, I lied. I lied to you. It's not in there. It's in the plant listings, the feature. It's in plant catalog. And that goes and it calls the authentication service, which is super fancy. And so we now want a dependency of the store in here instead. And so again, we'll just call it any for expedience sake. Okay, and so we are still dependent on this authentication service though to get it. And so since we're sort of stepping through this, right now, user is being passed down to our plant listing component through an input binding here. So we're going to get rid of this input binding. And so in order to do that, we still need to get this user, but instead of putting it into this property that then gets passed down here in the template to the user, to the plant listing table, we're going to put it into state, and then the plant listing table can go get it for itself. And so we're going to replace this. So instead, we need this .store.dispatch. And this is where we are going to call set user. And we need to pass into that the object that we typed. We know it's supposed to have a property called user. And we'll use the JavaScript magic that knows that if you pass in a variable called user, and then it knows the property should also be called user. So we've set that in. So that should be dispatching that. So we no longer need this variable. We no longer want to do the input binding because it'll blow up. So let's kill that. And then in the plant listing table, it's no longer got an input binding. And in fact, we're going to do kind of what we did before. And then it looks a little gross, but we'll fix it. So we've got a user. It's going to be an observable. Type user. I'll take out my comments here now because now they don't make any sense. Okay, so we've got a user. So we're down here. We're going to say this .user $ is equal to this .store.type. And then it is also select. And instead, we are going to select that from root. Oops, from root. And remember, we made a new selector called getUser. So that's going to go grab the user for us. And now we just need to go actually use that in our template up here. So if we go user gets, since it was coming in as an input parameter, we don't actually have an ng-if on here. So I just go up a level. I'm very excited for some of the new NGRX let options for this, but for the time being, we're going to use this user, and we're going to async pipe that again, so it handles our subscribes and our unsubscribes for us as user. And now since this is scoped in here, it'll just take the user from here and pass it into here on line 4, and everything should be running. So let's go see if I missed anything. It's always sort of moment of truth, right? I did not. See, we still have Seymour and everything else is still working. If we go up to our dev tools, we can see that we've got our slice of state here, pulling in our user state. And I think I have, oh, there's our set user action. So when that comes in, we can look at the action so we can see that this is our string that we entered into our action called user state set user. And then this is the user that we passed to it. That's exactly what it's supposed to be. So, and then there's this also the diff. It shows you how state changed on this action. So I really like these dev tools. There's a lot you can do with the dev tools. I don't have time to go into that, but that's definitely, it's a really useful tool with NGRX. So, but I did say something was gross back here. If you look at our plant listing, now we have 2 different subscribes to the store, which is fine. You can do it that way. But our creator functions give us this option to do a composed selector, which we're actually technically doing here on line 47 and line 49. But I'm going to show you this. I like this quite a bit. So we want to just say we want to go and grab everything we need for the plant listing component. So we could just say get plant listing, we'll just say data. Haven't quite figured out how to name these, but so I do create selector. And so just like before, we need to pass it in a slice of state. And so we don't want to go all the way up to the feature selector because we've already done the work of what we want to grab. So we want our plant type. So we're going to use that. We're going to use get plant type. We also want get user. So if we just put comma and then get user, we can also have that. Can't remember how many do you get, Alex? I think you go up to like 8 or something, or 12.
You can go up to I think 8, but then if you need more than that, you just can have an intermediary one and just combine more with that if you really need to.
Yeah, so it goes up to 8. So you can pass 8 in, and then if you just make like a compiler, you could just keep doing this infinitely.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, we call these selectors typically view model selector. And sometimes we suffix them with get plant listing, like VM or something like that. But it doesn't matter. Data is fine as well.
Okay. So so right now, what this will hand back, so up here on our create selector, it handed back the entire slice of user state. But what this is actually going to hand back is the plant type and the user, because that's what is being returned from get plant type and get user. So that's what that's handing back. And so what we really want out of this is an object that has a plant type. So we'll use our JavaScript magic and it has a user. So now that's going to pass back an object with a plant type and a user. Oh, what is it mad about? My brain is too tired for this. Oh, okay. There we go. Like, oh, thank you. Yeah, that's right. I always forget about that. It wants those parentheses because otherwise it thinks that you're going to go into a bunch more commands. So yeah. Okay, yeah. So it needs these extra parentheses. So so basically now this is just going to return an object with a plant type property and a user property. So we're going to go use that now. So we go back to our plant listing. And so now, instead of these 2 subscribes, we're just going to go grab one object. I'll just call this page data for now. It's an observable. We're just going to say any. You can type it if you really, really want to. It's an any, and then we're going to go get it. So very much like this, how we did the other ones. Page data is going to be equal to this .store.type, and then we're going to select from that. And this is where we go grab our, you got to remember what you called it. There we go. Get plant listing data. So now these are useless because we're already doing that. Take that out, so we can then take out these guys. Don't need those. But now we have to go and fix up our plant listing table. So now instead of here on line 2 where we're subscribing to plant type, let's just make it subscribe to the page data there and we'll call it page data. And then instead of, and then so we don't need this users subscribe anymore, so we can get rid of that. But we have to go in now and just prepend these objects so that they're drilling into that page data object to get it. So we did user and we did plant type as well. So anywhere that you find plant type or user, we're going to go fix that. I happen to know where they all are. Let's see. Okay. That should be good. Let's see if we did it. So we should, when we go back to our app, we refresh it. It's already refreshed, but I'm doing it anyway. We're still getting our username and our plant type, and the app is still working. So that gets you up through the selectors. And this is all, those are all in my slides. I'll actually post my slides in the repo along with the code. So really, we've covered compose selectors. So that's really like sort of the basics up through selectors. The next step is effects. I don't know if we want to get into that tonight. We're running behind. Do you want me to cover effects really fast?
We can try to go really, really fast.
Okay, it's actually a really, really easy one. So first we got to install it. So we all know how well that goes, but let's do an ng add at ngrx effects. Okay, so we're going to add that. Effects are, this is where all your side effects should happen. If you ever find yourself putting logic into reducer, stop immediately and don't do that. You will cause yourself all kinds of nightmares. You can put logic in your selectors. So if you need to do, sometimes I need to do some null checking. You can do work in your selectors, but your reducers, it's a big no-no, and people, you'll cause yourself side effects, and you might as well just go back to whatever you're doing before. So no logic in your reducers. That is specifically for the effects. And so now we've got our effects. So what I like to do is actually create a folder that's called state that holds the effects and the reducers. But I'm just going to leave them here for now. This added 2 files for us. It added a spec file, but it also added this effects. Effects need to be registered with the module. So you can see effects module for root app effects. So it's right there. So our goal here is to replace, right now we are using, let's see, in our plant listings table, you can see down here on line 34, we are going and we're grabbing plant listings from our fake REST service. And then we're doing, hold on, I need to switch my branch real quick. I just remembered, because if I don't, it's going to take a second. I fast forwarded us a little bit. So we're going to check out step 4. I'm going to stash this first. Okay, because this, not stash? Just okay. I'm just gonna start fresh. So we're gonna get checkout step 4. Okay, so I fast forwarded us a little bit because I didn't want to go through defining also the plant slice of state. So I have now made a plant slice of state here that has our plant listings and our selected plant. So those are getting added in our, now we're in our plant listing table component. You can see here where we are dispatching an action to state, which is storing our plant listings, and we are also dispatching our selected plant. So we're getting rid of our selected plant service. grx, I of course added ngRx effects to the wrong branch, but so that's going to add effects. And so essentially what we're going to do is we are going to take all of this here in our plant table component from line 31 really down to like 42, and we're just going to drop it into the effects because it likes it. So we are going to go into the newly created effects file. Let's make sure our app is, okay, it's going to be angry because we've switched branches. So we should try turning it off and turning it back on again. I might wait a second. It's just taking a minute. All right, but we can start typing. So we're going to use so we have an effects decorator, and then we're going to create okay, so this is, we create an effect. This one's going to be called get plant listings. It is an observable. And it is going to, we're using our create effect creator method. And then we pipe into that. We do a pipe. I'm sorry. We have to do the actions. There we go. Sorry. This dot actions. Okay, so this is listening to that hot observable stream that we talked about in the ngRx diagram. So we pipe that. Okay. Oh, you're right. It is. That's okay. There we go. Okay. I have my. Oh, cool. It used to be needed. Okay, so effect, we don't need that effect annotation anymore, so that's awesome. We got our create effects. We're gonna go catch that action stream. We're gonna pipe it, but we need to be listening for a specific action. And so we're going to go into our plant listing actions. Did I define this yet? I did not. So we're gonna make one. Export const, and we're going to call this get plant listings. And this is just going to, this is a trigger. It doesn't need to pass anything. So we're actually going to use the, effect to do all the REST calls and everything. So this is just an action to let you know what happened. So we're in plant state and we are initiating, let's see, initiate plant listing, initiate get plant listing. There we go. Plant listings. Okay, so now we have an action that we can actually call because we're going to need that. So we go into our effects. So we got to go and get that. So we do an import from plant from let's see, we are going to be, oh, too far back. Where is my, I'm in the same level as the reducer, that's right. Reducers, And then the actions for the plant state are in there. So we are going to select, we're going to do a of type operator here. And that's going to take in that, whatever we just named that, we called it get plant listings. So we're going to just go, it's going to be listening for that. So just like how the, oh, that's funny. I didn't need to do that. Just like how the reducers are listening for actions, this of type is also listening for actions. So it's piped, it's subscribed to this actions stream, and it's listening for one called get plant listings. And when it finds it, it is going to go and do the work for us. So we're going to do it in a merge map. There are many great articles about the difference between merge maps and switch maps, but merge map works great here. And so we're going to actually then we're going to go back to our component, and we're going to grab up to this zip. So we're going to grab the zip. So we're in our merge map. We are going to return the zip. And let's see, that goes down. It's just mad right now, but it'll be not mad in a second. So this is where we are. Okay, so we come back out of this merge map. I love all this. Okay, so then we need to map out. This will have, this will be picking up the plant listings that are coming out of this pipe here.
By the way, there's a nice hint. Now everybody can hear me actually.
You're good.
Yeah, how to debug this, because you see right now it just complains about everything.
Yes.
So you see where if we turn this action pipe from inline function to the body function. So basically, you just type return there.
Okay.
And wrap it with the curly braces. Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so basically,
then it stops complaining at me.
Yes, and you need to edit the end as well, right at the.
Is that it? To grab it right? I think I got it.
Yeah, it looks about right.
Yep, I got it right. Okay.
Yeah, now it complains about all the things that
my missing imports. Thank you.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yep. Okay. Thank you. So we add our imports, and so we're also missing our REST service and our plant quantity service. So we need to go add those as dependencies down here. Got our REST service is a REST service. Okay, I'm gonna go grab that, and then we need a plant quantity service. Plant quantity. I spelled it right. I get a prize. Okay. Oh, it knows what I want, and it never just goes ahead and gets it. Okay, there we go. Okay, so this is going to, we basically just copied that chunk of code, and instead of subscribing to it here, we are actually going to just do a map here so that what comes out of this merge map are the plant listings that we want. So we're going to take these plant listings, and then we are going to, the map knows that it should be returning an action. And so we're going to do set plant listings. And then we got to pass the object in that it should be firing off. There. So that now is going to replace this bit of code. And so this, our plant listings are already, I had already come in and subscribed to them. In here, let's see, plant listing subscription. So, oh, there's that. That does a dispatch. Oh, that's why I did that. So we've got a few more steps here, but we got to do, the thing we're missing from this is we have nothing is firing off this get plant listings. And so I like to put that in sort of the base, like the plant catalogs. We're going to have plant catalog do that. It's already dispatching off the user. So let's just on init, we'll have it also dispatch our we're also going to dispatch off our, what do we call that? We called it get plant listings. That might be a bad name, but that's for another day. So we're going to fire off get plant listings, and it doesn't take in anything, so it doesn't need anything passed to it. And it's mad because it's not imported. It's not giving me my IntelliSense, but that's fine. So it's down in reducers, and then this is in plant state. Okay, so that will fire it off. And we'll see it doing that. And then in the plant listing table component, instead of all of this, we need to do, so we can get rid of all of this. We're going to retain some part of it so I don't have to replace the code in the HTML, because right now this is wired up so that set plant listings. I forgot how I did this. Let's look at the code. Plant listings, component data. Oh, I made a compose selector already. That was clever of me. So that's great. So that should actually just keep working when we take that out. So we should just be able to kill this now. So we kill this. We can kill this on destroy. That was an example of where you have to unsubscribe from an observable. It no longer implements on destroy. And we no longer have the subscription. And good news, we no longer need these dependencies. So we've really cleaned this up quite a bit. Let's cross our fingers and hope this thing works. Something is mad, and so we're going to go turn it off and turn it back on again. Oh, I never served it up. I stopped it and didn't serve it. So we'll serve that up and see what happens. So basically the effects, you can make effects that don't dispatch an action. What is you set the create effect has a property that you can set that says no dispatch on it or something like that. I don't use that very often. If you were to dispatch an action from something other than map, you would have to do a dispatch, but I was listening to NGRX and they said don't do that. If you find yourself dispatching more than one action from an effect, you need to kind of rethink how that's working. And in fact, in my final branch, I have two effects that are triggered by the same action because they can happen at the same time, and then end up setting the user and the plant listing so that we can get those composed down into one call of an initial page load. So this claims it compiled successfully. Let's go see what we got here. It lied or not. No, everybody's happy. We have plant listings. Huzzah, everything is working. And if we go over to our, you can see we've got our initiate get plant action that we called. We've got, every time I hit a selected plant, it's firing off a set selected plant, which is replacing the state with the new plant that's coming in. We've got 3 slices of state. We've got our router, we've got our user state, we've got our plant state. So yeah, that's sort of the basics of how to get going. So you can get out there and manage that state. I highly recommend you spend some time with the NGRX docs and the RxJS docs. Those will help you out greatly. And you can also feel free to pull the code from my repo. I will put my slides up in there so you can review them again, because I actually go through some of the code in there. But yeah, that's it. Ta-da!
Thank you so much. We do have the applause going there.
Okay, very good. I turned off my meetup because I was I thought it was maybe making things load slower.
That's good. That's good. That's good. All right. Said there's a number of thank yous going in the chat there. Thank you so much, Laura, for a fantastic overview of NGRX, I guess, and effects as well. That was super useful. All right.
Very good.
So now back to, I guess it is running really late now, but for the people who are staying live with us, thank you so much. There's still like 32 of you watching it. That's awesome. So let me present the last talk of the day. I gave this. Ooh, yeah. It's really getting dark in my room as well, I guess. So that all the green screen starts to act up. Okay. So the last talk of the day is a presentation, my presentation on components best practices. I've done it in ng-ATL, and I kind of like it, and I think it sort of highlights some of the points that even Lara was mentioning today with regards to like how some of the NGRX can help, how NGRX pieces can help. So let me go ahead and present it. Okay. It's here. All right. Hopefully you can all see me and both in presentation at the same time. All right. So components best practices. So this sounds very simple, right? Most of us already written a good number of components, which we know a lot of them already. And what can we learn today from this presentation? So some of the things that I'll be showing today is some of the best known practices, and some of the things are some of them my opinion. But so we'll start with the basics. Like if we're learning the component best practices, what is the component? Well, component is the most basic UI building block of the Angular application. It represents a patch of screen called the view. And component consists of three things: the class that handles the data, some of the functionality, HTML template, and the component specific styles. So today we'll look at the template and input data. So to get the view, component takes the input data and outputs it in the template. So in a way, we can think of a component as a function, right? It takes some input data and outputs it into the template as almost like a function. It creates that view. And that data could be anything. That could be inputs, it could be services, and it could be even something that we select from the store itself. And then when user starts interacting with our view, it will provide some outputs or service calls, or will dispatch some of the actions. So what we can do is we can actually try to remove most of the logic, especially any of the business logic, out of component and let it be handled elsewhere. If everything our component does is take the input and puts it in a template, and there's just provide some outputs and service calls, it makes the component very simple. So why is it important? What kind of benefits do we get from it at all? Well, first of all, testing such components becomes really, really easy. We provide some inputs, query the DOM, and make sure that certain things are in the DOM. And then we can interact with the DOM through the test and make sure that it produces some of the outputs. So it becomes really easy. Any business logic that sometimes is hidden within a component, and you're trying to hit that logic with interacting with the DOM, or even worse, trying to just do the debug instance and try it that way, it all becomes less useful. And especially setting up all of that, test bed just to try to hit some of the business logic corners becomes very cumbersome. So what other helpful things do we get? Well, the other helpful thing is it reduces the cognitive load on when you look at the component and you evaluate what it does. When you see a simple component and it's quite clear from a component size, quite clear what it does, it reduces your cognitive load. We're going to look at it in a second. But then, where do we put all of this business logic? If we pull out of the component, where do we put it? Well, we could put it extract it into the functions that live right beside the component class. Or we can put it into the services, or in the ng way, we'll put most of it into the selectors and some in the effects as well. Yes. Okay. So if making components small, right, kind of makes sense and it makes it easy on cognitive load and testing, how large component should actually be? Well, let's say we have a component, and this is one of the components that I ran into recently. Well, it's not that, it's just a little bit more. This is just a template of it. Yes, it's a little bit more. Yeah, you can probably see where I'm going with this one. So component like this, it's almost next to impossible to comprehend what exactly it does just by looking at this template. So how large should they be? How large the components should be? Well, I'm not saying they should be 2 lines of code, and especially there are some components that even have some of the local data, maybe even form controls, and they obviously are not like 5 lines or 10 lines of code. So it all depends. But as it grows bigger, then you have to start questioning yourself, like, what is it there? And especially if we treat components as functions, Martin Fowler, author of many programming books, especially one of the popular ones in refactoring, and so what he says that when he separates pieces of code into newer functions, he says that what's important is separation between intention and the implementation. And what does it actually mean? So if you have to spend an effort to look at the piece of code to figure out what is it doing, then you should extract that code out into the function and name it by what that function, what the purpose of it is. So when you read that code again, you don't go into the details of what that function does, but you understand the meaning of it. Very similar with the components or templates, right? If you see too much, it just becomes too hard to read. But if you split it out into subcomponents or remove the business logic out of the components and then you read it, it should be really easier to understand what exactly it does, what the purpose that component serves. So having said that, how big should the components be? Well, my typical component probably is under 100 lines of code. And if it's bigger than that, you should probably start to ask yourself if your component is doing too much, if it's busy or not. What other factors? There are other factors that affect the component size. One of them is reactivity, right? Where we have an imperative style starts to have a little friction with the functional style. We all love observables, and I love them dearly. But sometimes our functions have some of the imperative styles. For example, callbacks from the from the clicks or from events on the templates. They're usually calling methods within the components. And then when you try to combine that with some of the functional style, there some friction happens. All right, so let's look at the class. This is just made up class, and see what can we improve here. Well, first of all, it's already fairly small class, right? So there's a read-only property, right, that selects something from the store. There's another property that's imperative, native app upsell features, whatever that is. So it's assigned to some constant at the beginning. And you can see that's not an observable. It doesn't have that $ sign at the end as well. And then we have constructor. Okay, so this is the first two properties. Then we have a constructor. Constructor imports some of two services. One is some other service, and the other one is a store. All right, and then what other thing it does in the constructor? It calls the get full list, and so it's in a way initializes something, and that get full list extracted into its own function here in its own method, and it reads some platform type, takes one, subscribes to it, and then assigns that upsell feature that we had. That was the second property on top. It assigns it to the new value. So in a way, upsell feature is an imperatively way assigned during the construction to the native app upsell features. And then during constructor time, it does the call and reassigns it again through subscribe. Okay, so we've seen that one. And what other thing we have? Well, the other thing that we have here is a callback. When something clicks or does something, we would call this method, call something. And here we see another friction. So here we would, again, use that first property, platform type. We'll take some one first value out of it. We'll subscribe to it. And then based on what kind of platform we have, we would call a service to do some stuff with that value. And here it again pipes and takes one again and subscribes again. All right. So this is what we currently have. Again, it's a smaller component, but it's already can use a bunch of improvement. So what is the biggest improvement we can get right now? Well, something that you probably saw in Laura's talk as well is async pipe, right? If we have properties that we're assigning within the component when we subscribe to something and assigning the value, that we're probably doing it wrong. This is a lot of people talk about it. Actually, Klatke also said, when should we, when you use a subscribe, that's where your activity stops. Don't subscribe yourself. Push it with async pipe into the template and let it be there. And this is how you would do it actually. So you would we'll convert the upsell features from the property, the imperative property, to the observable, and we use async pipe on it. By the way, async pipe also helps with other performance improvements. For example, you would be able to turn on the change detection strategy on push for this component now. But it should be used throughout your application actually if you're really into performance. But it's just additional benefit. But what it does underneath, it actually subscribes to it and unsubscribes when you destroy the component. All right, so let's start from the first improvement. So upsell features, we want to try to convert it to the observable value. So instead of calling this method, the get full list, in the constructor, let's just remove it and let's pipe straight in there. So we converted our upsell features now, and we would use this platform type observable, and we pipe from that observable. And based on the result, we will provide one value and another. Okay, so that's already good. We already got rid of something within constructor body. Our component becomes smaller, and we have two properties that are actually reactive properties. What else can we improve? Well, if you notice something in the call something method, there are two subscribes. Whenever you have a subscribe within subscribe, that's typically a better way to do it. So what can we do it? Well, we'll try to convert it at least into one stream. Since we cannot get rid of call something at the moment, we'll try to convert it into something that's just a single stream, one subscribe. So we'll shift things around. We'll use the operators that we have. We would map things, instead of doing it within the subscribe body, we'll map to the platform. It's here again. So here we were within the subscribe, we were doing this. Now we'll just use a map operator for that. And then instead of subscribing within that code, we would use a switch map. So whenever we have a value, then we will call the service to do something, and we will switch and we flatten that result, because some service do stuff actually produces an observable. We'll flatten it into the mainstream, and then we'll take only one value, because this one we want to do once, and we'll subscribe. Other thing that you might have noticed is within subscribe here's an empty function, like error function callback. We don't actually need it. We can just call it with the without providing any arguments to that subscribe. By the way, there were what I've seen we passed to subscribe. Well, this is the one that we just used right now, right? We converted. This is the one that we saw initially. I've seen stuff like that. You don't really need to do it. And moreover, as I've highlighted today during the opening, subscribe would even remove those methods. We can only provide one callback. But then there were other more interesting things like this. If you don't handle the errors, just don't pass it. That's fine. It will swallow the errors by itself. You don't need to do this. And this stuff as well. No need to do it at all. Okay. So we're back to this one. So now what could we do next? This is something that Laura showed today as well. We are right now basically both of our platform type and upsell features are reading from the store. And actually, platform type is not used in the template. It's used only within the component class. So let's first push it out. Okay. First, we would push out our upsell features into the selector. So right now, we don't know where it's coming from, and we probably shouldn't care. Right, today it's coming from the client platform type, tomorrow it's coming from somewhere else, the decision. But we're pushing that decision outside of our class into the selector, and we basically select it from the store itself. All right, next thing what we do is then right now we were doing a lot of stuff in the call something, and again we have this friction. So instead of just calling and subscribing there, we can just dispatch the action. Dispatching actions is an imperative way to do it. So we just can call dispatch the action that something happened, and let it be not this classes, not this component problem, what exactly happened. And now by doing that, we completely remove the need to rely to use the platform type at all, because it was used in both the upsell features and in the callback. Now we can get rid of that at all. So what do we do now when this stuff happened? Well, we would actually handle it in the effect itself. So we would write an effect, and again, this is does something about breaking down the responsibilities of everything. So effect here would be responsible for actually calling that that service. So now it would listen for this stuff happened actions. It will take all the information it needs from the store, combine it, and then call the service to do things. Okay, so now this is the component that we had before, and again, it wasn't a large component. It's fairly manageable, but there is a lot of friction happening, and we could improve it. We went all the way to improving it to this, and this is something that I kind of find a lot more readable, a lot more understandable. Here you can clearly see this component takes the input data and outputs it into the template. there's no business logic there. And when there's some interaction within the template, for example, somebody clicked something and they called something method, it would dispatch it into the store. This component is very easy to test. For example, you only need to provide the mocked get upsell features to it and make sure that it's output into the template correctly. And maybe also click something and make sure that stuff happened, action was dispatched. A lot easier to work with this. So to just go overview and review this one, today we went over why we want to have a smaller components and components that are almost stripped out from the business logic. And that helps with testability and cognitive load. We saw that the friction between imperative and declarative code styles can sometimes increase component styles and make it a little bit harder to read. We found out that async pipe is really the best thing that happened to Angular, I think, and now NGRX pipe would even be better. And also RxJS, we love it, but let it push to the effects where it really shines. And that would be it on my side. Thank you so much. All right, let me just get back to me here. Okay, for all the rest of you, I'll do the closing notes. All right. Let me share it again. So thank you so much for joining me on this fairly long meetup today. We're already past 9 o'clock. Hopefully, you still loved it. We've tried our best to do, the best presentation we could, considering it's a virtual one. Yes, we all love in person, but now we have a chance to invite some people who are outside of Toronto. And we also have a chance to broadcast to a bigger audience who is also living outside of Toronto. We still like to have Toronto speakers as well as outside of Toronto speakers. So if you have any feedback of how this live stream went, yes, we had a few interruptions and stuff like that, but I would definitely love to hear your feedback. So please put it out there in the ng-toronto.dev meetup /feedback or angulartoronto.dev, it's the same one. And I definitely listen to the feedback. For example, just from last one we had, the quality of the talks are absolutely awesome since the beginning of the meetup. Well done. Thank you so much for that positive feedback. Also, one was this, since the last event, would a bigger venue make sense? So last time we were almost at the capacity in the Angular Toronto office. We were at 150 people, and the capacity is 170. So we're getting close there. But right now, look, we have like the biggest venue we could have, the whole internet. So please provide some of the feedback here. Also, if you would like to speak at any of our Angular Toronto events, please apply. I'm very open for any talks, and I can help through some of them. And lastly, when would we have our next event? Well, most likely in June. We are still most likely won't be out of the lockdown or pandemic. We'll see what happens. We don't know at this time. Most likely it will still be a virtual one. So it would be interesting to hear some of the feedback from today and apply it for the next stand. So hopefully to see you next time. Please subscribe to the channel. I'll try to break apart and upload the videos one by one, and you will have the live stream recording as well. And you'll know for the next time as well once we schedule the meetup. Thank you so much. It was my pleasure to help and have this meet up with you all. Thank you so much.